And welcome back to day 2 of the Welsh Parasurf Championships. Yesterday the action was hot to trot throughout, and we're pretty much ready to get underway with the first of our heats for today. So we're going to be seeing the prone, and these are going to be going in the water first, so we're going to be up and running with the prones very shortly. Some big names in this heat already. Hannah Dines, surfers who surfed really well yesterday, and Corey Owen, who yesterday had some flight complications and wasn't here, but she's going to be catching up on some waves today. Tom Anderson behind the mic, and I'm joined by Sam Bleakley as ever. Sam, it's a little bit of a different day today. We've got sun and rain alternating with each other, but waves are going to be consistent and of good quality.
Yep, low tide at 6, spring tides I believe is going to be good on the push. Only joking, Tom, because we're obviously at the wave here in Bristol and we've got no tide to deal with, but we've got waves on tap. We've got beautiful advanced waves conditions, and the prone for me is extremely exciting because we've got Hannah Dines, who put on a fantastic performance yesterday. She got a 5.67 and a 5.43. They were her highest scoring 2 rides, and how it's going to work is all of the surfers have the opportunity to surf another heat, and what the winner will be determined from the highest 2 scores that might come today, or they might be a combination of yesterday and today, or they might have got those scores yesterday. So yes, those gold medals to go for, there's prize money on hand as well, which is extremely exciting for these surfers. And looking to see Hannah Dines, Jade Edward, Lily Noble, and of course Corey, who comes from Switzerland. She's more than trilingual, in fact 4 languages. So Tom, as a linguist yourself, what would be the adjective to describe someone who speaks 4 languages?
Perspicacious, magniloquent. In fact, do you know, it's interesting, it's 4 is pretty good. But did you know that to only speak 1 language, to be a monoglot, is to belong to 5% of the world's population?
Wow.
So the Swiss, I'm guessing we're talking German, French, English, and I wouldn't know what the other one would be then.
Well, she's a fantastic surfer, does a lot of training in Portugal, and one of the big features of the prone classification is the influence of Johnny Purton as a surfboard shaper, designing a lot of the equipment under the bodies of these athletes. We've got Hannah Dines, who's going to be riding her 7.0 pintail Fuego model. She's also loaned some of her earlier quiver used in previous competitions to other competitors, the El Scorchio model, which is a 6.6. And it's really interesting to see how Johnny Purton has been working with these athletes to develop the adaptive surfing equipment. And what you find with a location like the wave, because you've got that power on takeoff, the surfers can actually ride more low volume, lower flotation, more thinner railed equipment and really commit to some of those more radical maneuvers.
And I like the names there. You said the, what was it, the one was called the Fuego? So it's Spanish for fire, and then the other one
you've got
from yesterday.
You got the mini Tash, you've got the El Scorchio.
El Scorchio, yeah, nice.
And we've got our first set coming through just now, and it looks like our surfer in blue, Corey, will be the first woman to take this opening wave, Tom.
So here we go, straight in from Switzerland, getting here late yesterday, and you wouldn't know it because a really smooth, drawn-out bottom turn, and she's going to draw the perfect line through this inside section here, loving the speed, does a little bit of work with the lower body, the core. Chance of a floater there, doesn't stick it, but that's going to be a decent score on the board for Corey, straight off the bat, and on the way behind Lily Noble. And she's getting busy on the shoulder, tracks back to the inside, she's going to look to hook into that foam ball. And a really hollow section coming here for Lily Noble, and she makes it through that one and lines up for a bit more work on the inside, gets rolled there, and then we've got a wave coming through behind, and it looks to me as though this is going to be taken by the surfer in white, Jade Edward from Scotland.
So it's actually, this is actually Mark Hager. So we just saw Andy Guy and Mark Hager. So I'm just realising now there's just a little bit of difference in the
We've got heat 2 on our screen, haven't we? Okay.
So that was Andy Guy on that last wave, and this is Mark Hager. Again, they're both using Johnny Purton boards from Hannah Dines' quiver, and up and riding right now is Jose Martinez, our world champion surfer. Jose, a triple amputee, and what you can see with Jose's technique there is he has not had paralysis in the spine, so he's had amputations of 3 of his limbs, but he's got a lot of control in the core and in his spine, and you can really see that facilitates a particular approach to his technique, where he's really able to engage that rail, in contrast to a surfer like Andy that would be surfing more off the elbows and really leaning into those turns.
Yeah, and Jose, as we noticed yesterday, uses a little bit of his right limb, kind of like he uses it like a rudder or like an extra fin there. And that. What's interesting about this, I was chatting to Llewellyn Sponge about this last night, is that each of these surfers, they'll have ever so slightly different adaptations that they've had to make. So some surfers will have different limb lengths and things like this, and so there's quite a lot of creativity in the different approaches. I've now got, I think, on our screen now, we've got the right heat numbers, so we'll be able to get those through. I think there may still be a slight delay for you viewers at home to get the names up on the screen, but Martinez yesterday, the way that he was able to get on the rail and to get back and forth in and out of each of the rails, a kind of turn of pace, and it was through a sort of combination of both weight and use of the upper part of his left leg. I think it's fantastic to watch.
Yeah, with his below the knee amputation and his full trunk movement, there's a particular technique that Jose has, and Jose is from Compton in Los Angeles, and he drops a big score, as we can hear from our beach announcer.
Oh wow.
First wave for yellow, 4.67. First wave for blue, 3.83.
Now, a 7 for Martinez is a blistering start to the day. However, I think Martinez is already sitting on 2 higher scores than that from yesterday.
That's absolutely correct. He's got a 7.33 and a 7.27, so it won't go into his top 2, but the confidence boost, Tom, when Jose hears that type of score. As I was saying, Jose from Compton in Los Angeles, a triple amputee. He's the 2021 ISA World Champion. He's an Army veteran. In 2012 he stepped on an IED and lost both legs and his right arm. 2 years of recovery, but surfing has been his saviour, and he's out there in a really stacked heat with Mark Hager and Andy Guy and Tasha Davies. I know that Mark wants to give a big shout out to his parents Penny and Terry, who'll be tuning in, and his wife Lizzie and his son Teddy, who loved me describing his dad Mark Mad Dog Hager for shooting the pier at the World Championship last year at Pismo. So shout out to the Bournemouth and Paul College and work colleagues for Mark Hager. But up and riding right now, Tom, it's Tasha Davies looking really strong.
Really nice drawn out roundhouse at the start of the wave before she hits this speed line on the inside section. The sun just coming out and glinting off that inside white water, and Tasha's going to ride this one right the way through. Martinez up and riding again out the back and really snaps that round and on into the foam, and he's going to get a chance to go again here, I think. Whacks it off the top, drops into the bottom and off the top again. So that's 3 major manoeuvres on this one. Now I think that there's every chance Martinez is going to replace those mid-7s, and with 3 more waves to come, and look at the stoke on Martinez on the inside there, and he deserves every bit of that stoke because that was absolutely blistering surfing.
Andy Guy in this bowl section. Andy also represents GB in table tennis, Tom, and he's also plays wheelchair rugby, so he's got a lot of other sports that he's performing at an international level in, and that is, really adds so much, as we see Mark Hager from the South Coast absolutely charging on this one.
Yeah, and Hager just holds himself on that foam ball now, looking for where that speed section is, and he finds it, goes up towards the lip line, off the bottom again, coming towards the top, looking to get through this inside section, and makes it right the way through. So that's a pretty solid one from Hager as well. And the heat, we have a heat on our hands here, Sam, for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, Mark Hager, I love the way he engaged the arm in that inside section there, just looking super lively. And all of these surfers have made equipment adjustments from yesterday. Andy Guy from Bobby Tracy, he was riding a Spike Cane board yesterday, and he's now on one of the Johnny Purton boards. So Hannah Dines explained to me this morning that a lot of these surfers in the post-heat session yesterday got to experiment with their Johnny Purton boards, which are a little bit small, more lively than the boards they were riding yesterday. So Andy was on a Spike Cane yellow board yesterday, but he's now switched to the Grand Riff, the Fast and Furious in Welsh model, which is an 8-foot single fin. And we can really see from this replay of Jose Martinez that this could potentially go into the 8 range.
Oh yeah, I think this is, for me, the wave of the event. And the way he comes off the bottom there, and there's a little bit of a head dip going on there again, the Vidal Sassoon. I mean, I'm going to give it to him as a little, I'm calling that a little tube ride there. So, I mean, this mode is not particularly known for throwing up chances to get into the curl, but you know, he did it there. And I know as well that Martinez from Los Angeles, we see here the replay of Andy Guy, and he's on rail coming off the bottom there. Really nice, smooth style, and nearly pulls the floater on that one.
Great surfing from Andy. So he's got some good scores yesterday to carry forward, and we'll hear what the judge deliver right now.
Second wave of red, 7.5. Second wave of white, 4.6. Second wave of yellow, 3.37. Second wave of blue, 4.43. Situation: blue, you're in. Red, you're in first. White, second. White, you need 9 points to go first. Blue, you're third. And yellow, you're fourth.
Yeah, so it is Martinez's best score of the event, but still the judges hold back on that 8.0. Now Martinez, he'll be listening. He'll be entering that feedback loop. Look at the sun on the wave face on this wave for Tasha Davis here.
So this is a replay of her last ride that comes in at a 4.43. So Tasha didn't surf in Pismo last year, but has represented the nation at the ISA World Championships on multiple occasions, and she looked like she really locked into that last section there. So she's looking to replace the scores she received yesterday, which was a 277 and a 290, and already, Tom, she's replaced both of those scores with a 443 and a 383. So she's improved her scores from yesterday, which is really exciting as we see her live action on this opening wave of the set, Tom.
Yeah, so she goes first this time round, and again looking to find that speed line. She knows it's coming. She's got to get off the bottom here and up into that, because that's where he's going to run away from it, but she's also a little bit interested in pulling in. I saw she pulled in on that last one too. Martinez, now he's going to go. Now Martinez, despite the difficult hours, I think has got a bit of a crew watching him from Los Angeles, the City of Angels, and they are going to be delighted with what they're seeing. See the spray go out the back on that one. Off the bottom, off the top again, squares off the bottom, right through that inside section, tucks to see if it's going to open up for him, and then a nice smooth cut back to finish as well, and right the way through to the inside. Martinez finds new levels every time.
And you can really see the difference in technique between Martinez and Andy, where Andy's surfing much more from the elbows, and Martinez able to use that core to really kind of engage that rail-to-rail action. But I love the drop that Andy took on that last wave. He just hovered and then dropped back in. He takes a fall, but he's already got some good scores as we see Mark Hager into this bowl section, keeping it nice and lively, climbing and dropping in the bowl, in the pocket, goes up for the float, commits to that maneuver, doesn't quite ride out of that maneuver, but 100% commitment, innovation, progression. These are the things that these surfers are excited to try on these lighter, more lively Johnny Purton boards.
Gosh, now if Hager had pulled that one off, the judges would have had a real dilemma, because they would have been having to weigh up the 4 or 5 major maneuvers of Martinez against that one explosive, extreme maneuver that Hager had gone for there. Now, it'll be interesting to see whether Martinez starts to push his own individual maneuvers. I think one of the things that's quite interesting to watch about Martinez's approach is that he's packing a big turn in at the start and then a little bit of pretty adventurous work on the inside. It's a replay here of Tasha Davis.
So she looks great there, Tom, and she's looking to replace that 383. Already her 2 scores from today have ousted her scores from yesterday. She was in the high 2s yesterday. She's sitting on a medium 4 and a high 3. As we see Jose here just really comes hard off the bottom, hard off the top, and you can see all of that core strength allows him to really get deep in the bowl section and climb and drop, and the steering and the use of the handles is a big factor in adaptive and para surfing. All of these opportunities for materials and equipment development are very exciting. I had a good chance with Adi Gluska from Israel earlier this morning to talk about how exciting it is to see the role of equipment and technology in para surfing.
An Andy Guy there, really smooth style. Just get stuck behind. That's a very difficult section to get back up and onto, and it's a bit of a puzzle, the front part of the wave, that cutback section, and then that foam ball. Because if you go too far out onto it, then you find yourself running through that speed section just a little bit ahead of it. Hager, you see here, went pretty close to that foam ball through the first section.
But look at this, Tom, how committed it is here. Gets really in that section, then comes high onto the float, goes for that re-entry, almost rides out of it. But what I like from Mark is he knows he's dropped those solid scores. He's in the silver medal position currently with Jose in the gold medal position, but he's taking those risks and he recognizes that that progression is a big opportunity for a big score.
Building house, surfing against his own existing scores.
Last wave of yellow, 2.17. Last wave of blue, 3.8.
So Martinez, himself a world champion, goes in with a 7.33 there. So in his mind now he's sitting in the water and he is thinking about eights, and he's thinking about what it's going to take to get one of those eights. And we could just be a few moments away from seeing him have a go at that. First we're going to see Tasha Davis looking to build her own tally.
So he has added to his top two scores today because he's got a 7.5. So that combined with a 7.33 as we see live action Tash up and riding, beautiful, clean, smooth, elegant trim line, and then getting to the bottom of the wave there, Tom. And this is where it gets exciting here because this is where that power is. And see the way she pulls her body to the back of the board just to stay in that section, generating speed.
Yeah, looking to track back up the face. Tash is starting to get a bit of a sniff for a possible tube. Martinez cranks it off the bottom on this one. So he's thinking about how to build his score and then pushes it right round again, right in the foam ball, and a free fall drop back into that one. But he's got to try and do something to push those scores up. So it's exciting to see him get a bit more adventurous in his approach. It's expected that surfers are going to fall off when doing that.
So he was riding a thruster. We can see some of the other surfers are on quads. Some surfers will even be using single fins. Live action Andy Guy dropping in. He's got a 4.67 and a 3.37, and look at this bowl section, deep in the barrel, sliding, hooks it round and nearly comes out of that barrel on the twin fin. But he got that amazing experience there, Tom, of being locked in that tube, seeing the exit and being in the perfect position as we see Mark Hager answering back.
Time slows down, you're surrounded by the acoustics of water. There is not really any greater feeling. And these guys, Hager's going for it himself here as well, right placing himself deep, looking for that barrel. Climbs and drops a couple of times on the inside, so that is also another great wave from Mark Hager.
And big shout out to Dino there and all of the team, all of the pushers and catchers. It's a team effort when we come to this prone assist, the PSP2, surfers who ride waves in a prone position and need assistance to paddle into the waves while in the water. So we must really express that it's a team effort, and these athletes, they're doing the work when riding the wave, but catching the wave and then safely getting back on the board after the wipeout. This is where all of the knowledge of the likes of Surfability, founded by Ben Clifford, really come into play, because they have written the instructor courses to facilitate a safe way of adaptive surf coaches and surf instruction happening globally, and we're seeing that on display here. These are best practices that these athletes and these teams, as you see Toby Williams there helping Mark Hager. Toby nonchalantly told me yesterday that last winter he towed into Nazaré. I mean, you know, when you've got watermen like that and waterwomen like that in the ocean, you know you're in safe hands.
I mean, the number of Brits that will have towed into Nazaré. Wait, do you know where Toby's from? Is he English?
Toby's a man of the world, that's all I'll say.
Yeah, the number of Brits, if that's a British surfer, who've towed themselves into Nazaré is probably countable on one hand.
So this is the replay, Tom, of Tasha, and again, look how deep in the section. What I love about this is the way she just pulls her body up and back very subtly, and that just enables increased trim speed when she wants to accelerate, and then when she wants to stall, she just pulls her body back. But what about the rail engagement from Jose Martinez? Look at all that core strength there, climbing and dropping.
Yeah, and we can see he's right by the tube on that one. When he does that first drive-in turn, let's just let the beach announcer go. When Martinez does that first drive-in turn, the way that you can actually see his fins showing up through the water.
I must express here, Tom, that we're in the rain. We got rain on the laptops, rain on the monitors. You're holding up an umbrella. We're really kind of we're working under
We're on it, and then
fairly challenging weather conditions, but we're absolutely stoked with the quality of the surfing that we're seeing on display.
this is probably the toughest squall to have come through so far today.
Mark Hagger. So this is the replay of Mark looking to add to those scores. He's got himself a 5.5 and a 5.2. So Mark yesterday got a 4.67 and a 5.57. So he's already replaced both of those scores with the 5.50 and the 5.2. He's currently in the silver medal position, as I realise that my laptop probably might get completely waterlogged here, Tom.
Wow.
So we might well use that
We're
umbrella. I'm kind of really starting to recognise that it's absolutely tipping it down, and we're completely soaked.
you can just about see Tasha Davis through these rods of rain there on the screen, and then I think that's actually Ben Clifford body surfing in
At what
on the way behind.
At what point does a monitor, a laptop, and a video camera break due to too much moisture on it? That we have to kind of recognise that as we get live action now. This is Andy Guy up and riding from Bovey Tracy there on Dartmoor in Devon. Also an excellent table tennis and wheelchair
pulls in on the
rugby player,
inside
pulling
there
in on the
again.
inside there and looking nice and sharp.
And Hagger, now he's looking to build his score, and so Hagger in the silver position at the moment, right on the foam ball. Now that wind has come up a little bit with this rain as well, so I don't know that the tube opportunity is there as such. Hagger's still looking at the possibility. Just gets a little bit stuck behind that inside section, so I'm not sure he's going to replace his score. And now we're going to get Martinez. This is his last bite of the cherry, and he goes off the side of the shoulder there and drives down deep. A bit of a free fall back into the wave. Smashes one off the top. I think that's one of the biggest moves I've seen all day. And again, a great big scar in the face of that wave, driving off the bottom again. Just drags it round perfectly to the foam, and he's going to ride this one right the way through. And Martinez, and you can see the absolute joy and elation on Martinez. He is going to take this wave to the last possible point.
He loves that, Tom, and he's just been
That's the wave of the
knocking
day.
at the door of an 8 all event, and that he's got a 7.5.
Come on, judges.
He's got a 7.33. Will that be the 8 he's been
Give it
searching
to
for
him, judges.
all event?
Come on, judges. They can't hear me. I'm not doing it. I'm not nobbling the judges here. We all want to see this. We know from the fact that Hagger wasn't able to replace one of his scores that Martinez has taken this event down. But it would be lovely to see. Here we go. Sam,
So this
the
is
last of red.
Yeah, he finally gets
He's
it.
done it.
He's done it. And as we see the replay of Andy Guy there,
It's an 8.33 for the last of Martinez, which is the highest scoring wave of all categories in this event so far. That was previously 8.17 yesterday from the blind partial by the Frenchman Piero Gagliano. So Jose Martinez with this 8.33.
so that puts him in gold medal position.
Absolutely.
Mark Hagger stays in silver medal position. So massive congratulations.
Here's a look at it.
To Jose, and he really tore that apart. Such a big commitment to that second turn there, and you could see almost air drop down and locked in that pocket aggressively, really eyeing up all these sections, and even this big cutback at the end of the wave, and the scoring continued because he kept riding that right through to the inside. So he finally breaks into the excellent range barrier and gets an 8.33, adding to that 7.5 from earlier today, and that was an incredible gold medal performance from Jose. But massive congratulations to Mark Hagger and Andy and Tash, because they really pushed the barrier as well. We've got other women coming up in the next prone heat who will be battling for that gold medal with Tash, but currently Mark is in silver and Andy is in bronze, but we do have 2 more men in this prone classification who will be surfing a little bit later, who have the opportunity to go for gold, silver, bronze and copper.
World champions, it's a theme from yesterday, world champions doing what world champions do, and a masterclass from Martinez there. Now, we did start saying, I think a wave came along and put paid to what I was in the middle of saying, that despite the fact that by my calculations it's about 4:30 in the morning in Los Angeles, it is my understanding that there's a bit of a crew watching and cheering Martinez on live. So a big shout out to you guys from Los Angeles. Compton. Hwyl fawr, as we say in Wales. That means goodwill to you all. I'm not sure what the LA term for goodwill to you all is. It's probably just like, well, Los Angeles. It's the home of the movies. They've invented the modern English language over there in LA. So yeah, from an old world to a new world. It's lovely to hear that there's so many of you cheering your world champion on, and you've seen him collect the gold here today with the highest score of the event. However, highest score of the event so far, because there are other world champions in our field here today, and they'll be hearing that score, they'll be hearing the cheering, and they'll be thinking about what they can do. And then there are, of course, contenders to those crowns as well. So there's a lot still to come. Now, coming up in this one, they're just making their way out towards the takeoff zone. It's Hannah Dines. So Hannah Dines is already an Olympian, irrespective of what happens with parasurfing in the coming years. We've got Jade Edward from Scotland, and Jade yesterday, really impressive. She sold at Pismo Beach, didn't she, last year? Jade, I think, is 11 years old, and then we've got another young Scots girl, Lily Noble, and finally, after travel trouble yesterday, Corey Owen from Switzerland. And Sam, did you say you'd caught up a little bit with Corey earlier?
I met Corey at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship last year at Pismo.
Right.
And Corey's fantastic, from Switzerland, trains a lot in Portugal. She has a neurological injury that affects all of her limbs. It's progressive and genetic, and she speaks 4 languages, and she is somebody who really is very much central to the parasurf community. And she only started surfing in 2020, so she's new to that kind of timing and that line that you develop from wave riding experience. But the fact that she speaks English, German, Spanish, Italian and Portuguese, actually makes me realise that, if my counting is correct, is 5 languages that Corey speaks. And I just think that that's such a citizen of the world. Yeah. And I think that the growth in the parasurfing community internationally, and the push for Paralympic inclusion for parasurfing in LA 2028, it's international women like Corey who can be great spokespeople and ambassadors, really, to bring together all this parasurfing community. Because we must emphasize that the ISA applied for the inclusion of parasurfing in the LA 2020 Paralympics, and the IPC put parasurfing on a shortlist, and a final decision at the end of this year, at the end of 2023, will be made. And we have to look forward to the event in Huntington this November, which will be the ISA World Parasurfing Championship, where the likes of Corey will be flying the flag for their home nation, but also flying the flag for the global movement of parasurfing.
And it's interesting to see that shift from Pismo Beach, which has kind of been the sort of spiritual home of parasurfing through those earlier days in the sport's development, and the connection to Pismo Beach is, of course, also partly down to Dana Cummings, who's been Dana of Amp Surf, who's been a fantastic supporter.
Doesn't your father live in Pismo?
He does, yeah. And it was interesting. I was catching up with Llewellyn Sponge Williams yesterday, and Llewellyn and Sarah were saying, "Oh, we've just worked out who your dad is. He's that random guy who comes down to support Llewellyn every year from the locals." He's in Pismo Beach. Pismo and Huntington, they're not dissimilar. Huntington a bit more consistent. Hannah Dines up and riding here.
Live action from Hannah, who put on an incredible display yesterday, riding the Fuego model there. It's a 7.0 pintail. She dropped some huge scores yesterday, Tom, a 5.67 and a 5.54.
Solid scores. I'm not sure that she'll get the replacement on that one. Lily Noble, meanwhile, gets a good one through to that inside section as well. And I think Lily's still got a score that she'll be looking to try and replace, and I think there's a chance that she'll have done it there. Coming up behind her then is Jade Edward, the young Scots girl. A big drop, and she's coming off the inside here. This wave is going a speed up, and she rolls on that one. But she had to try and put herself in that part of the wave there. High risk, high reward. On this occasion, risk won out over reward. but that's an approach that the judges are going to love if it pulls off.
Yeah, she's just so committed. As we see our surfer from Switzerland, there's Corrie Tom, locked in the bowl section. She couldn't make it for yesterday, so she's going to get the opportunity to catch up on some of those potential scores today, as we just need a little bit of opportunity for some assistance there. That was a pretty radical wipeout. You could see she was held underneath her board, and that is where the pushers and the catchers will be on her like a flash, like a bolt of lightning. And you can see they've already got around her. They're making sure that she's safe, she's oxygenated, and there we can see Jade Edwards up and happy. And I saw her yesterday just having the best day. She loves being in the water. Her mood just transforms when she's in that playful medium of breaking waves.
I had a little surf myself this morning, Sam, before all of this started, and I have to say that when you do get into a bit of trouble in front of that first ball of whitewash there, it's not like when the waves are landing on you in the sea. I think the thinness of the water, that chlorine, it kind of goes up and into your nostrils, and it really does sap the oxygen out of you so much quicker than the sea does. I don't actually know the science for why that is, but it definitely feels heavier than a wipeout in the sea. And for that matter, other freshwater wipeouts that I've had, like the Seven Bore, have that same kind of feel. I think freshwater just does pound you in a different way.
And you can see that Jade there is riding one of the float foamies, and that's the same for Lily. So Surfable in Scotland, doing a lot for the adaptive and parasurfing community. And the float foamies are the more accessible starter that Jade actually has a knee board shaped by Johnny Purton that she's starting to use, because of course she's not very tall, Jade, so she can really ride those low flotation boards. But right now we can see that our two Scottish surfers are on the float boards. Corey, there's Dino from Bournemouth from the south coast. He's just making sure that Corey's all good and ready for more action, and you can really see the role that the pushers and catchers have. It's not only is it to do with safety, it's the support, it's the camaraderie, it's the guidance, and it's a big team effort. And all of the different knowledge that all of these surfers and athletes have all comes together to really support the riders when they're on those waves, and that's their time to shine. And it's beautiful having this event, Tom, at the Wave in Bristol, because thanks to all the support of our sponsors, the Mailing Room, the Parasurf League, Spencer Hutt, Hop Along Clothing, Delcy and People and Development, Surfability UK, Lost Shore Surf Resort, what we have here is an opportunity to know when the waves are coming and what they'll be like, and then the surfers can really use that platform to be creative and be expressive.
And it's Dines, the Olympian, who's going to be starting this one off here. Dines with a throwaway score from her first wave, and this time she drops in deep to that one, comes off the bottom, gets her first turn in, and now she's looking to come to that inside speed section, and she goes high, goes down into the bottom of the face. She's found a really good line through this one, and there's a chance to get a little bit more work done on the inside and a float to end that one, so that one probably is going to be a keeper for Hannah Dines.
I love that,
behind
Tom.
and
Brilliant.
going wide, it's Lily Noble, so she tracks across the face of that one, tries to take that foam ball on, got to try and do something. So again, Noble with the high risk, high reward approach, and then I think we're going to be seeing Jade Edward, the other Scots girl, and she's going to be getting into this one. Jade with a nice line down that one and tracks back towards the foam, and here comes the speed section, and Jade just gets a little bit hung up in the top of that one.
Like that moment when you recognise that you're going to get nailed in the short break and you just nonchalantly kick out over the top and think, you know what, I'll leave that one behind.
And actually Jade just took off late on the same section into a backup wave, which the judges won't actually score. And that was a pretty exciting late takeoff on the inside for Jade then on that one. So
Tom, super interested to find out if Hannah gets a score in her top two rides, because as I said earlier, she's got a 5.67 and a 5.43 carried from yesterday, and I feel as if she's got a good score to come through. So we'll hear the beach announcer drop that score pretty soon.
For me, we're going to see that improvement.
Yeah, it felt like it, didn't it? I love the end turn as well, the way she committed to that last section.
It's a complete ride, and it had a progressive surfing out back. Owen staying deep on this one, and she's going to come round towards the reform, and that foam ball rolls her. Now that was Corey. I think she did get 4 waves of practice earlier. Now bear in mind that every other competitor would have had 6 practice waves yesterday, and 5 waves in the event. So that learning curve, it is pretty steep when you ride your first couple of waves out here.
Absolutely, and Corey, she was diagnosed with what's called FA, Friedreich's ataxia, when she was aged 16. So that causes progressive muscle weakness, and she's out here absolutely shredding, as is Hannah Dines on a beauty, Tom.
Yeah, I think this wave is going into Dines' top 2 here, and I think it's this work that she gets done on the inside here, where she goes into this float and drops back in, and the style on that as well. In fact, you can see the stoke on the faces of the catchers there.
Yeah,
and this
they
was
felt
Lily
it.
Noble.
They felt it, and that's that's what I'm talking about with this team effort. And so many of those pushers and catchers are part of Surfability UK, which is a CIC that provides surf lessons and experiences for people with additional needs, and it's based in Caswell Bay on the Gower.
5.33.
That's red.
Second wave of white, 1.43.
That was white score.
Second wave of yellow, 1.53. Last wave of blue, 1.53.
So it's interesting that the judges gave yellow and blue the same score there for different approaches. Here we can see the wave of blue. So this was given the 1.53. So although that was a pretty decent length of ride, the judges would have wanted to see Corey get back up and onto that racetrack section through the inside to open up the big points.
And one of the things we're really seeing here, Tom, with Surfability, founded in 2013 by Ben Clifford, is the co-writing that Ben has done with the ISA for the Adaptive Surf Instructor qualification, which sets the world standard for adaptive surf instruction. So all of these pushers and catchers have been involved in those courses, and they know how to safely work with these para athletes to make sure that the athletes can perform at the highest level but safely get on and off their board when they need assistance.
Yeah, and as well as helping those athletes perform, it's keeping you guys at home entertained, because with surfing on tap here, and Hannah Dines, and she goes into the bottom turn there, comes off that shoulder, driving it round, and now here comes the fast section of the wave, transitions from rail to rail twice. She's looking to drop back down into this thing, and the wave is going to wall up against her on the inside here, and she's going to make it right through with an inside float and pushes round to get the full completion. There's even a chance to do another manoeuvre for Dines. Meanwhile, the camera is going with Lily Noble, and she gets onto the face this time and really close to that racetrack section opening up for her. So that's going to be a bit of an increment up on where Lily Noble got to on the last wave. Now there's going to be a set come through, and behind that it's going to be Jade Edward, the 11-year-old Scots girl, and look at the track she leaves in that wave face as she drops back in and goes for what we call pearling the nose there. It's so called because when the nose penetrates the water, it looks like the bubbles coming off the nose are pearls in the water. It's not what you want to be doing, but it's still pretty fun, although that's a good couple of solid wipeouts that those two Scots girls have had in this heat so far, and I think the way that they just dust themselves off, get back out there, get back on the horse, is, well, it shows the level that we're at here, and especially in Jade's case, to do so at such a young age. And now Corey Owen, the Swiss, and she goes onto that outside rail and is still there in that foam ball somewhere. So she's close to cracking it now. You see the wave peels off for now. What's interesting to see there, she's now on a twin fin. We'll just see that the catchers get to her.
Yeah, she looks okay there. She was up, she was breathing, she had, and she'll be absolutely delighted to have got some of the scores she's dropped already. She's sitting with a 1.5 and a 1.53. So currently Hannah remains in the gold medal position from her performance yesterday. Our surfer who we just saw perform in the previous heat, Tasha, she will be currently in the silver medal position. So it's whether Jade can really increase on her scores. But look at this replay here from Hannah Dines, our athlete who is from Manchester, who grew up in Glasgow, learnt to surf with Surfability UK, riding her Johnny Purton built boards, and has been a paracyclist in the Paralympics in Rio in 2016. So this Paralympian is now really investing her time in surfing, and she won a grant from Sports Aid, backing the best grant, which has really facilitated some additional training and travel and equipment.
Last wave of white,
A couple of scores coming from Timmy Aylett
2.13.
here.
Last wave of yellow, 1.57. Last wave of blue, 1.23. Situation, red, you're first. White, second. Yellow, third. Blue, fourth.
So Dines' heat total today just a couple of decimal points short of those mid-5s that she picked up yesterday. So
I like what I saw from Hannah in those last two rides, though. You know, I felt like it's difficult for us to really remember the manoeuvres that were being performed yesterday, but you know, she was really on fire as we get the replay of Corey here, and you can see how crazy these wipeouts are, because at that moment there, she's got to make sure she comes up for oxygen, and at this moment there's going to be more waves coming through. So that's the moment where she's really relying on the pushes and catches.
she
to
knows
come
they're
and support.
coming.
Yeah.
And it is a real trust thing that the surfers build up there. And we saw the tail template of that board and those the twin fin shape of the board a lot further up than we'd see on the surfboards that you're more likely to see on a day-to-day basis, and that of course allows the surfers to shift their core weight on and off the fin pad of the surfboard, and so they can kind of choose when they do and don't want the surfboard to be gripping the face as they turn. We've got a little bit of a break in the wind here, so this set is going to be really clean. And will Hannah Dines take advantage of the opportunity? She does with that first manoeuvre there, a nice long drawn out cutback. She's going to go for the same again, drops back into the wave face, drives off the bottom here, and here comes that faster, shallowest part of the wave. She makes it through that one, so Dines really looking solid, and now she has a little bit of a push and goes on for an inside reform. We're with Jade Edward meanwhile, and Jade gets across the face and out and onto that shoulder on her wave. So a bit of work done on a first turn, and then there's going to be one more wave before Lily Noble goes. So Noble looking to push her scores up by getting across and in towards that racetrack section, and this time Noble goes for a slightly wider approach on takeoff, and she is going to be rewarded by getting past the foam ball, but there is then a nosedive and a pearl on that inside section, but she's got through the most difficult part of the wave. So Noble pushing the scores up a little bit as we go there, and then I'm just looking to see behind us, Corey Owen is coming into place. She'll be connecting up with someone to get her into this wave. We're going to see a few catch-up rides from Owen later in the day. Now the sun is out again. The rain is having could be a short break, but the rain is having a break, and look at the way the sun is glinting off those wave faces. They're empty waves, but all surfers love the look of waves, and this wave is very much not empty.
And it was great the way she angled that takeoff there. She's got herself in the open face from the takeoff, so this is probably one of her strongest scores. She had a 1.5 and a 1.53 on her first two waves. I feel just the beginning section of that, Tom, already she got out on the face, two manoeuvres completed. She didn't make that wave through to the inside, but I'd anticipate that that will be her strongest score so far.
She has definitely gone better on that one there, and good bit of work to get around that tricky foam ball section, and I would imagine that by the time you can literally see Owen dialing this wave in one after another. You can see that feedback loop that these athletes open up, and this is Hannah Dines.
So this is a replay, Tom, of her last ride. So she scored some waves in the high fives yesterday, and again surfing at a brilliant level. Her equipment looking so sharp and lively. Her relationship with Johnny Purton, the shaper, really coming to fruition, and she's also developing the world's first ever adaptive deck grips with Surf Deck. So Hannah Dines is really becoming a big instrumental player in the global parasurf community, and I actually think she could be threatening for a gold medal at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships in Huntington in November later this year.
And as we discussed yesterday, Dines has brought over from cycling that sort of open look at equipment where, you know, from the very beginning of her time involved in surfing, she's been thinking about ways that the technology can adapt to improve performance. And cycling, I would say, alongside probably golf. These are two of the sports where there really is a huge industry set up around the refinement and the R&D of equipment. There is that in surfing, but I think the kind of scale with which we've got some scores coming here.
5.03.
That's red.
Last wave of white, 1.77. Last wave of yellow, 1.53. Last wave of blue, 1.43.
Yeah, I think that the
One wave
speed
remaining.
at which Dines has pushed progression in the equipment, it does show an influence that she's picked up from her cycling there. And she, of course, is not the only surfer in parasurfing now to be making these rapid advances in equipment. And as you mentioned, Johnny Purton has been very much at the centre of some of these recent developments in the equipment. Now Dines is going to go into this one, and a nice faded takeoff on this one, drawn out onto the shoulder, and a nice roundhouse wrap around. Some work to do to get off the foam ball and up and into the face, and she's going to do it. A tube ride there and slides backwards down the face. Spectacular surfing from Dines.
So Hannah there, she does describe adaptive surfing as a miracle of engineering, and you could really see her equipment.
Jade Edwards this on the wave behind, and she is going to get a run at this sunlit inside section, and a full barrel roll on that one from Edwards as the sun dapples off the wave face. Behind her there's going to be a one wave break before Lily Noble goes, and then Corey Owen is right hot on their heels and ready to go as well. So let's see Lily Noble, and this time she goes a little lower than she did on the last wave.
And look at
we see
the pusher, yeah. Just that's great, the way the pusher just stayed with her, just to keep her in trim, in control, and recognizing and maybe it was a good one to kick out of.
Yeah, and it's possible they're allowed to paddle for two waves here, so it's possible the pusher is going to look at a second opportunity for her here. They're right in the difficult section there, so the pusher does hold on, and Corey Owen is up and riding behind, has got one manoeuvre done on that inside, and has also been rolled by the foam. I think you just saw at the tail end of that.
So it's the chest riser, is that bit of equipment that the surfers use just to kind of keep their chest and their neck risen. Some surfers opt to have that further forward, some further back. I know that yesterday morning our surfer Tasha Davies, she actually lost her chest riser, and then when she repositioned it, she felt like she had it in the wrong spot, which allowed her to do more nosedives than she would have normally have done, just because she had to adjust the equipment. So all of this influence on engineering is really exciting, and that's one of the big fields that all of these athletes are really pushing the boundaries of, not only with the shape of the items that they're using regarding fins, boards, chest risers, grips, but also the material from which they are made, you know, bringing in options like carbon fiber or maybe sustainable materials. And that, to me, is something that opens up an opportunity for a lot of established surfboard shapers to get involved in working with their local para athletes to try to support them with fine-tuning their equipment, because the playing field is broad and the horizons are far, and the potential is really exciting to push performance further, like we've seen with the wave making technology here in Bristol. Tom, this is a miracle of engineering in itself. These waves produced by what's known as wave garden cove technology, and these machines can generate 1,000 quote from 1.7 feet to 6.5 feet, and they can produce a new wave every 8 to 10 seconds. It's amazing stuff.
It's incredible when you consider that. So let the beach announcer give the scores.
Yellow, 1.1. Last wave of blue, 1.43.
So Dines gets the improved total from that last one with the 5.73. None of the other surfers with rides there that are going to go up and into the top two.
Well, that 5.73 is her highest score compared to the ride she also got yesterday. So it keeps her in that gold medal position. So Hannah Dines will walk away with the gold, and it looks like Tasha Davies will walk away with the silver, and Jade Edwards will walk away with the bronze, and Lily, also from Scotland, will walk away with the copper, Tom.
Yeah, and I'm really impressed by the performance from Hannah Dines to take that win. But also the young Scots girls, and there are of course going to still be a couple of waves from Corey Owen. I think it'll be a tall order for her to catch Hannah Dines later in the day, but she'll have a few more rides tagged on to the end of today. We're moving on now to prone 1 unassisted. So this is for the surfers who do paddle into their own waves. Now I do believe that two of the surfers in this heat do still take some assistance, so they're still in the same category
There's
as-
Mark Hager and Andy
and-
Guy and
yeah,
Jose
and
Martinez.
yes,
so
they are.
they're going for the medals there. Whether they can catch Jose remains to be seen, but watch out for our surfers from Germany, Sebastian and Julian, on more lighter, lively equipment. They really could deliver some much bigger scores than we saw yesterday.
You mentioned the materials used, epoxy foam or epoxy resin, usually over a polystyrene blank, is something that's used a little bit more in parasurfing and offers less flex but more buoyancy. And the wipeout there to start the heat for Julian Blecher, the German in the yellow, and the sun on this wave face now is a real thing of beauty. Oh, that was
Stephen.
I believe Stephen. Well, that was Stephen Lightbound, the unassisted surfer from yesterday, and up and riding in the white here. Now this is Julian Blecher, and he does make the wave, and he gets onto the inside here, and he's running through a beautiful, transparent wall of turquoise gold, and behind him, Sebastian Bass, and he is just going to bide his time and make sure that he chooses a wave from a takeoff position that he knows is going to work for him. Lightbound, yesterday was surfing in the red. Now Lightbound is the unassisted surfer in this heat, and I was catching up with Lightbound this morning, Stephen Lightbound, and he's a poet, he's a yoga instructor, and a surfer. So that is three pretty cool professions. Here we see Sebastian Bass, the German, with a lovely carve to start this wave, and now he's got some work to do to get through the steep inside section, and he holds on, goes for the barrel roll, and if he'd stuck that.
And so this is one of Hannah Dines' El Scorchio models, shaped by Johnny Purton. So
Right.
these German surfers are able to tap into Hannah Dines' extensive Johnny Purton quiver.
Lightbound, poet, yoga instructor and surfer, and Lightbound, he's got 2 anthologies of poetry out already, and he's now got a small window into which to launch his first work of children's verse before he goes off to the Worlds at Pismo Beach. And his latest work, his first 4 children, is a lyrical rendition of a story that Lightbound has worked on himself, of an 8-year-old protagonist dealing with the news that they're becoming
First wave of red,
we go, we've got a beach
4.17.
announcer.
First wave of white, 3.33. First wave of yellow, 0.5.
an 8-year-old protagonist dealing with the news that they've become a wheelchair user, and then this is done through a kind of lyrical poetry approach. And I was just chatting to Stephen this morning about that process of adapting his poetry to younger readers, and the importance of having a good editor to tell him what they think. And then we were also talking a little bit about the settings on the wave here, because Stephen has surfed this on the Waikiki mode, which has a much mellower takeoff and then pushes through a kind of little inside A-frame. And this is his first time surfing the wave on advance. Now yesterday Lightbound did pick up a couple of scores. His best wave was actually a repositioning wave, and harsh though it is, the judges didn't score it because Lightbound, it was his 3rd paddle of the set.
Interesting.
So they're allowed 2 but not 3, and so you and I, Sam, up here in the commentary box, were absolutely frothing as Lightbound tore it through the inside section, but it was a wave that was only deemed to be an act of repositioning. So Stephen with some scores to build on today, but he's stoked that he's riding the wave on this setting. Here we go, Blecher up and riding in the white.
Nice bowly section there. You can just see how he's really using those elbows to just then engage that inside rail, leaning slightly forward there, looking at the section he wants to get into. Where you look is where you go, one of the key rules of wave riding and action board sports. And what a strong ride. A lot of trim base work, but some climbing and dropping and some good subtle movement of the elbows there to really lean in and out of those maneuvers.
So Lightbound now looking to get himself set up. I'm not sure they'll give him the paddle for that first one. There was a little bit of talk. Lightbound was actually getting some help from the Germans in his heat this morning, talking about positioning, and I think he looks to me like he's going to get pushed through the takeoff zone on this one. So I think the judges, it'll be up to them whether they give him a score for the first wave that he got himself into there, and that really is it's a no man's land by there to get stuck in. But Lightbound, he's an unassisted surfer, so he's going to push himself through. Got a 21-month-old at home as well, so he's looking forward to the day when he gets to read his children's verse to his own kids. And now we see Sebastian Bass. Now he's having a little wait to just make sure that Lightbound is definitely out of the way before going on one of these waves.
So what's interesting for Stephen, of course, he is the only unassisted prone surfer, but both Sebastian and Steve and Julian are chasing the scores delivered by Jose Martinez, Mark Hager and Andy Guy. So to take that gold or silver or bronze in the men's prone 2 classification. So Mark Hager is sitting with a 5.5 and a 5.2. Jose Martinez with an 8.33 and a 7.50. But it's our current bronze medal position of Andy Guy that we need to keep an eye on, because at the moment Andy's got a 4.67 and a 3.40. So we have to really see whether Sebastian and Julian can oust Andy from that bronze medal position, because currently Sebastian is carrying some strong scores from yesterday, and he looks to be potentially in a position where he could improve on his scores from yesterday. So right now Sebastian would be in the bronze medal position, but can he go for silver? Can he get the scores that Mark Hager has dropped?
So yes, Sebastian Kea carrying some upper 4s yesterday, so he's realistically, if he doesn't do it across 2 waves, he's probably going to need a wave in the 6s. Sebastian's going to get 3 more chances to ride in this heat. There's a little break now in the set. The surfers are resetting, so they're going to push themselves on and out the back. Germany has a growing tradition as a surf nation. I suppose probably 10-15 years ago we would have described Germany as an emerging nation in surfing, but Germany is very much here now as a surfing nation.
I tell you, a big breakthrough German surfer, Marlon Lipke.
Yeah.
Based in Portugal, but German, and what an incredible shortboarder who really has done a lot to develop the German surf culture over the last two or three decades.
Yeah, and Marlon raised just outside the town of Lagos in the Algarve to German parents, Dargo and Connie, and got himself up onto the WCT. And I think what's made a real impact on German surfing is that it would have been very easy for Marlon to kick on down there in the southwest and just essentially be a Portuguese surfer who surfs under the German flag. But Marlon, himself trilingual, English, Portuguese and German, spent a lot of time back up in Northern Europe and then kind of helped sort of hand over the reins. And then the German Surfing Association then hired the South African coach out of Mossel Bay, Llewellyn Whitaker, who's now been doing quite a bit of work in Britain. And in fact, Llewellyn Whitaker then got Germany their first surfer into the Olympics, and this was Leon Glatzer, also who uses Portugal as a training ground. Now, Llewellyn Whitaker has moved on from his time with the Germans, still freelance, but has been doing a lot of work with British surfers and has finally got involved in parasurfing. He's been working with Llewellyn Sponge, and Sponge was telling me an interesting anecdote yesterday about how Llewellyn Whitaker said to him, I've never worked with a parasurfer before, so bear with me. And Sponge's reply was, well, I've never worked with a coach before, so bear with me.
Two Llewellyns working together. What an opportunity for some
dynamite. Well, yeah, and it's interesting. There's a lot of Llewellyns in Welsh history. The two biggest ones, of course, the two Prince Llewellyns, Llewellyn the First and Llewellyn the Last. One was Griffith ap Llewellyn, the other Llewellyn ap Griffiths. So one was the son of Griff, the other was the father of Griff, and they're known as Llewellyn the Great and Llewellyn the Last. Llewellyn the Last was the one that was unfortunately defeated by the rogue English king Longshanks. But the name has stayed on, and Llewellyn Whitaker, he's a South African, but of course you can see those Celtic roots in his naming. And Lou Whitaker, so Lou Williams, our world champion in the Neil division later, the role that Lou Whitaker played in his development was absolutely crucial last year, because Lou Whitaker had told him how to use his legs differently on the surfboard, and how to effectively become a kind of switch-footed sort of versatility on the rails. And Sponge basically states that as one of the key
breakthrough coaching tips.
Yeah, absolutely. So
he was on fire, and you could really see
absolutely shredding.
the application of body movement to rail engagement and progressive out of the lip manoeuvres was a cut above the performance we saw in the previous year.
Yeah, he has just gone stratospheric in his surfing ability since picking up that world title.
And big shout out to all of his organisational work to get this Welsh Parasurfing Championships off the ground as part of the Parasurf League, and also Dana Cummings here, another big promoter and organiser of the Parasurf League. And big thanks for the Wave in Bristol for hosting this. But you know what you see from Sponge, from Llewellyn and his fiancée Sarah, is not only commitment to perform at the highest level, but to be organisers and promoters, to coordinate, to bring the sponsors together, to communicate with the athletes. And that takes resilience, determination, grit. You know, when you're an organiser, the finger gets pointed at you because people want a little bit of everything, but he's also got to then go into the water and perform as an athlete, because he knows that he's still got multiple gold medals to win. But it's great to see the way he's also now working within the wider structure of parasurfing to raise the bar and bring things like this live broadcast, these live scores internationally, so parasurfers tuning in around the world can talk to their local federations and say, if the Welsh are doing this, why can't we do it for our national titles?
Yeah, you're exactly right, Sam. And Llewellyn giving back to the sport long before he's finished building his own profile and career within the sport. So that really, you know, that kind of symbiotic relationship that he's got with this sport, and you know, all the developments that we see in this sport over the coming decade, he'll be taking a lot of the credit for that. Although he's a pretty humble guy, I'm sure he'll be trying to tell us that it's Sarah or somebody else.
You will see a miracle work in a minute, Tom, because I've been in that machine at the end of the pier there before, and you've got these series of gurus that are selected from all over the planet, and what they do is at the right moment they raise these waves out of nothing. So you've got this lull, and there it is, there it comes. And if you go in that machine room, these people, they're, you know, international, globally spirited, and they're really right behind parasurfing.
And look at that wave there, the beauty of that as it just pours down the line, the sun reflecting up the face. These first waves of the set are so crisp and clean, and Fletcher is going to take full advantage of that, coming into that turquoise high line, drives off the top, pushes back down into the trough of the wave, and gets another bit of work done on the inside. So that is a superb ride for Fletcher, and that is going to put him right up and into that conversation. And behind him, and Lightbound with his best wave of the event by a mile. And Lightbound is going to go through to the inside section there, and you can hear the stoked on the beach. See what it means to him there. I've done it. Yes.
Oh, what a special
an achievement.
moment. See, that's parasport at its best. That was incredible. We know that he is unassisted here, and it's been a big challenge for Stephen to get the waves, and he got that wave 100% committed, and he's going to drop a big score, and he's so proud. You could see the energy, you could hear the hoots. That really symbolises not only the camaraderie, but that personal pursuit that all these athletes go through.
And Bass is also going to get a good one out of this set as well, especially if he can come round and into that. He got a bit of good work done on the outback there, and he's still going with this one. So Bass also picking up the score. I think on that last one there, Stephen Lightbound, I think he's put his iambic pentameter back into his pocket now, and he's gone for the sprung rhythm on this one, and just the expression of joy there. And I can't wait to see what Lightbound has to say or write about it down the line.
So iambic pentameter, explain for all those para surfers tuning in around the world what iambic pentameter is, how Shakespeare used it, and why it's important in literature.
Oh, goodness me. All right, how long have we got? so well, it's an interesting one, right? All words in Latin-based languages carry with them strong and weak syllables, right? So if we look at your surname, for example, Bleakley, right? Bleak has a stress on it, and Lee is a light syllable word, so it's Bleakley. So, for example, we could take your name, and we could replace Humpty Dumpty's surname with it, and the rhythm would still work. So Humpty bleakly sat on a wall. So as long as that stress on that first syllable is in the right place. So the iambic pentameter is when that stress on a word is shoved into the second, or the even number syllables on a line, and then you get 5 of those stresses in a row. Here we go.
And this is the replay of this wave, and look at the commitment there. He gets his body right off that outside rail. He's in that bowl section, an absolute delight. And that will inspire some poetry from Stephen, who, like yourself, Tom, is a published author, poet, writer, and yourself as a teacher, of course. You can explain to our audience all about these kind of literary descriptions. But Stephen is somebody who is in this beautiful transition phase where he's making that progress from the intermediate level to the advanced level here at the Wave. He's based in Bristol. But what about our rides from Julian and Sebastian? We saw a great replay of Julian waiting for the score to drop. But what do you think of this from Sebastian?
Yeah, I think Sebastian probably doesn't go into his top 2 with that, because he's got a pair of 4s in the bag already. But that wave's still going to feel good. And I think it was an exciting first turn out the back for Bass. Just got a little bit stuck through that inside section, but I am not a judge, and if I was one, I wouldn't be very good. First score for Lightbound, he is going to be over the moon. That's a 4.33. Lightbound has very much arrived in unassisted prone surfing here.
And he said yesterday that, you know, as long as he's got some scores over 1, he was going to be happy, but to drop a 4.33, absolutely incredible. But the question at the moment, 4 of those scores in one wave. The question at the moment, Tom, is whether Sebastian and Julian can get into that bronze or silver medal position. So at the moment, it doesn't look like they're going to knock Mark Hagger out of silver, but it does look like Andy Guy is currently sitting in the bronze medal position.
He's vulnerable to these guys.
Sebastian in. It looks like Andy's in copper with Sebastian now in the bronze medal position, as we see Stephen unassisted going for that wave. He doesn't catch it, but he's already got a 4.33 to be proud of.
Yeah, now he's off his surfboard here, so I think it's difficult to stay against that rip, but I think he is going to have a second go on this one, and pretty wise move to wait towards the tail of that thing there. That would have been a beyond vertical drop. So Lightbound is going to get across the channel though, and may well have an opportunity to paddle back round and have another go. I did mention, I said that he'd gone from the iambic pentameter to the sprung rhythm. Now sprung rhythm is a symmetrical type of verse where the consonants in the first half marry the consonants in the second. Now that's pretty complicated, isn't it? Here we go up and riding Sebastian Bass. And he's going to find his own sprung rhythm on this one, and he goes onto the inside section. Now this is quite possibly a wave that is going to earn him a bronze medal as he gets right up and into the tube line on that one. And if he holds on through that white water, it'll be there for sure. Instead, it's going to be a nervous moment as we wait to see what the judges give that on the wave behind Bletcher. And he goes high line down and into that, so he is also probably going to increase his heat total here. And fins free on that inside section as well. So what a set. Sprung rhythm, of course, borrowed from Welsh, believe it or not. The English poet Gerard Manley Hopkins stole it from Welsh. Well, I don't know if stole's the right word. Can you steal in art?
I think everything gets inspired and developed and recycled. Inspired. But Stephen, we're talking about some of his published works. Only Air and The Last Custodian are 2 collections of poetry that we can buy and enjoy, and he's just going to be so grateful to hear that 4.33 dropped by the beach announcer. And he's the only non-assist surfer here at the Welsh Para Surf Championship in the prone, but this is a great training opportunity for further Parasurf League events, and also the ISA World Parasurfing Championship happening in November in Huntington Beach in California later this year.
And I wonder whether Lightbound's 21-month-old is going to be able to make out exactly what Daddy's doing. I don't know whether we're on the TV at home seeing that at the moment, but I'm sure you'll be able to tell if that TV is on from the reactions of family members that Dad is pulling off something pretty special here. A nice replay of Sebastian Bass.
So Sebastian really just locking in this section. This is where it gets fruity. There, he just eyes up that opportunity for that bowl, and in that sucky section, engaging that shoulder onto that inside rail, and then you can see the twin fin opting for just those side fins. You can see the centre fin box, so that El Scorchio 6.6 model that he's borrowed from Hannah Dines, shaped by Johnny Purton.
So that Hannah's surfboard, is it, that he's on,
Yeah,
right?
and you can ride it as a single fin, a 2+1 or a 20. He's going for the 20. It'd be looser, the 20, but lack some of that stability and that directional change you get from the single fin that we just saw on the yellow board being ridden by our surfer Julian.
And the score for Fletcher.
Third wave of white, 4.53. Third wave of yellow, 4.33. Fourth wave of red, 4.1. Fourth wave of white, 5.5.
5.5.
Fourth wave of yellow, 0.1.
Yeah, so that last of Fletcher, the 5.5, and where is that going to put him?
That's important. That's a big score because that's better than the scores he got yesterday. So that both of those scores, that 4.53 and that 5.50.
So the heat total of 10.03.
Yeah, it's not enough to put him into silver, but it's certainly close to Mark Hager, who's got a heat total of 10.70.
Is he up and over Andy Guy now?
He is up and over Andy Guy.
Oh,
so
wow.
he's ousted Sebastian, who was... So now Sebastian is in copper, and Andy's now down into 5th.
So the Germans are duking it out in this one. And now we're going to see Lightbound, and he's pretty well placed here. I think as long as he times his paddle right, we're going to see Lightbound going down the face on that one. Gets held up at the top of it. There's a little bit of wind lifting off the face. I think Lightbound is going to paddle again and makes a sensible decision to delay that takeoff, because that would have been a drop straight down onto a slab of concrete. But Lightbound, and he's going to work his way right the way through here. There is an even more potent squall coming through than the one that we had earlier, so it's typical British summer weather here at the moment.
And what's fascinating about this situation is our screen we're watching, it's flipped, so while you're seeing left-handers, which the surfers are riding, our screen is delivering us right-handers. So
yeah,
we're having to think back to front, sideways, left to right, right to left.
Yeah, goofy, natural. It's switch foot, light foot. Lightbound, and here we go in the red.
So Sebastian, nice climb and drop there in the middle of the wave, and you'll see now where the wave gets fruity. This is the bowl section. Speed, acceleration, good engagement of that inside rail, nice and lively, stays in control, and then just floats through that last wide wall and kicks out cleanly. Very strong ride, as we can see, answering back our surfer Julian, who's now in the bronze medal position, chasing that opportunity to get silver. He needs pretty much a high 5 or a 6 to move up from bronze to silver, Tom.
Yeah, and those last two rides then, that was a direct head-to-head shootout for bronze, and there's every chance that the silver could be caught in the collateral with that. Now I think that last score for Fletcher, it's going to be there or thereabouts.
So this is really exciting, Tom, because currently at the moment Julian is in that bronze medal position. He gets a 3.7. It's not enough. So
no change.
So Mark Hager stays in silver medal position. So as it stands, it's Jose Martinez who wins the gold.
3.63. Last wave of white, 3.7. Last wave of yellow, 0.1.
Yeah,
and
Hager holds on.
Hager holds on to silver, and it's Julian Fletcher who moves up into the bronze medal position, and Sebastian Bass will get the copper medal position, and Andy Guy moves down into 5th, and Stephen Lightbound, the only surfer in the non-assist classification, will win gold. But all of these athletes are champions, as we can see. Our German surfer there who really put on a fantastic show. Julian clawing his way up the rankings to get himself a podium position and finish in 3rd in bronze.
Julian, yeah, absolutely ripping in that one. And Julian is, I can just see him just a little bit down from our gantry. I think that is the most stoked I have goofy footer.
Light-footed goofy footer, what a great opportunity to be in life.
Yeah, and Alexander Shub, the Israeli surfer, and he did really well yesterday as well. Just needs to make that inside connection, because Shub has got a pretty decent score to try and build on from yesterday.
And massive news with hearing from Adi Gluska that they're building a waveguard technology surf lake in Tel Aviv. So that's exciting for the global surf communities. We see 3 times ISA world champion Melissa Reid absolutely destroying those inside sections on her Matt Adams built surfboard, looking very sharp with those committed turns. I got some positive energy from you there. You like the action you saw from Melissa.
Yeah, I mean, Melissa's got a whopping heat total to try and replace anyway, so she's got to try and do something particularly spectacular. Melissa was one of my picks of the day yesterday, and the way that she is able to combine grace with aggression, it's pretty unique. Melissa, as we said yesterday, competed in her first WSL event in Fistral Beach last week. I had the privilege of being able to call her heat in that, and normally
that was very special.
It was a historic moment in world surfing, really. You know, to have a para athlete actually compete in a WSL event. Now, normally Melissa would use a spotter. WSL don't allow that, rightly, because you know they are the World Surf League, and so Melissa had to get busy herself, and it was absolutely no barrier to her whatsoever. We're seeing here Gagliano, really nice the way that he draws that front knee up in towards the chest. Looking at that 360 there, it needs to be snappy. That's a difficult section to 360 in. I know that Llewellyn Sponge Williams had been debating trying a 360 on that section earlier in the practice.
So he drops an 817 and a 733 yesterday, so probably he's not going to go into his top 2.
I don't think that's 733. I think that's incomplete manoeuvre on the inside.
So this is the replay of Alex, coached by Adi Gluska. Nice high line, doesn't drop down into the steeper section of that wave, and consequently never quite in the power pocket. So Alex dropped a 4.83 and a 4.70 yesterday. That won't go into his top 2. But we can see the replay of Melissa Reid here, and I really like these turns through the inside. Big opening turn there, setting herself up nice and low for that turn and this turn. Commitment, control, but not quite able to ride out. She's got a 5.23 and a 5.60 from yesterday, but that could be a contender. That's a fairly strong score. Didn't finish that final maneuver, but certainly everything before that moment might be sitting around a kind of mid-range score.
I had felt that the judges were a little bit measly with her yesterday, and there's an incompletion on the end of that wave, but before that, the 2 manoeuvres that she got off, speed, power, flow, and driving hard out of the bottom. So for me, that should come in at a pretty decent score. And look at that score of Gagliano. What do I know? It's a 9.83.
Wow, some judges gave that a perfect 10. Wow, incredible. So big score dropped for our surfer from France, as we see him up and riding now, live action, low off the bottom, big top turn, sweeps it back, big cut back there, almost a roundhouse, and again low and hard and tight, lively, expressive, radical shortboarding from Pierre, a radical snap through the inside, and adding to scores yesterday, already drops a near perfect score from a lot of the judges, as we see Alex answering back. Tom, what do you think of this?
Yeah, this is some pretty good work done by Alex on this, back and forth. Traditional hot dogging, we'd call that. It's a great thing to see, and Melissa Reid on the way back just slightly overdoes that backside cutback.
So Pierre from Horton, 22 years old, 2 times French champion, rides Pucas boards, based there in the Basque Country, of course. San Sebastian, the Asparis family of that founded Pucas in the late 70s. You know, really important role they play in the European surf communities. We see Matthew Thorne up and riding.
Yeah, and that's one of Matthew Thorne, the Welshman's better waves there. So it'll be interesting to see if we can see the front bit of that wave back. But Thorne yesterday had one real good ride, so he'll be pretty happy with what he's put together on that one. Now Gagliano, surfing red, doesn't yet know
that he's got a near perfect score.
No. So, and I don't really know what else the judges can find on the one behind then, because if they're not worried about that incomplete turn on the inside, The first two manoeuvres of Gagliano on that last wave as well, that strength coming off the bottom.
8.5, so he gets a 9.83 and an 8.5, and he has been born with the degenerative retinal disease, so he's totally blind in the right eye and he has 10% of vision in the left eye.
Wow.
So we can see the replay here, Tom. This is the 8.50.
Off the bottom, square fins up, and look at this solid drive off the bottom on this one, and one more time, and just, in fact, he does make a third out in one go.
On her scores from yesterday,
good.
She got a 5.23 and a 5.67. So that 5.67 is going to add to those two scores. So she's in gold medal position for the women's, and Pierre is in gold medal position for the men's. So Lou Mashish, she needs some really big scores to catch up with Melissa, and Alex and Matthew need some pretty strong scores, a combination of scores to catch up with.
Yeah, I'm guessing
Piero.
they're comboed, 18.33. 18.33, what a heat total.
Big shout out to David Lewis from Fleeton, Hampshire, who would have been here competing but is unable to attend, but is certainly one of the best in Europe when it comes to this classification, as we see a nosedive from Lou there, but the waves will continue through and there'll be an opportunity for our next surfer to go for a score. Out of Israel, Alex doesn't catch that wave, but will be lined up for the next wave, Tom.
Yeah, he should get on the one behind here, Shub, and he's also a really stylish goofy foot. It'll be great for him to be in the water with Gagliano, and you can just see straight away he's adjusting from what he's seen Gagliano do, and right in the power pocket on this one. See the influence of Adi Gluska there as he does that work on the inside. Gagliano on the wave behind, a big frontside wrap, a check turn, uses the foam ball to get into the right place, up and out, and a little bit too ambitious on that one. Adi Gluska Sam was free surfing this morning at the same time as me, but he was over on the left, so I didn't see any of his waves. But what a ripper, Israel's best surfer of all time.
And a physiotherapist, so very interested in
Is
the
that what he's doing
parasurf
now?
community. Long time being a physiotherapist, and he did his a lot of his research on body movement through surfing.
Right.
So he's got a lot to bring to the para and adaptive
Matthew
surf
Thorne
community.
with a great wave here. He's going to hold on through that inside section. Thorne will be delighted with this one. If he makes it through into this reform, this will be the wave of the event for Matthew Thorne. What a ride! And you can see the joy as he ejects from that one. Matthew Thorne, the Welshman, suddenly finding not just the next gear, but all the gears.
That was brilliant. He's carrying some very low scores, so he's going to completely replace those with something really decent, really strong.
Incredible surfing from Matthew Thorne there in the blue. So I can't wait to see what the score is for that one. And he is paddling back out as if somebody put an afterburner under his surfboard. He just wants to go and get another one, and these surfers are all still going to get two more waves. So this heat is far from done, although at the moment Gagliano with a score that we've got two waves to come from each surfer. So if Chubb or Thorne don't post 8.34 or more on the next wave and break combo, then Gagliano is going to be the gold medalist.
So this is 15-year-old Alex from Renana in the southern Sharon Plain of the Central District of Israel. He's riding a twin fin. The clinic are the organisation that distributes the boards that he uses. But look at the lively surfing we're seeing from our gold medal position surfer Piero, who got a 9.83 followed by an 8.50. And it must be said, you really got excited about Matthew's wave. Deservedly so. This is his first surf contest, Tom. He only started surfing with Surfability in Caswell Beach on the Gower in October 2022. That's less than 1 year ago. It's an incredible achievement as we get to see the replay and relish in this Welsh
mind blown. And look at the way that he gets through that section right there. Now watch for the expression of joy. Look at this. Here it comes. Woo! Yes. What a wave.
Brilliant
Less
stuff.
than a year.
It's incredible, and that that's testament to the abilities of Surfability in Caswell Beach there on the Gower to really support these opportunities for people who come from this adaptive para background but might be new to surfing. They've got the equipment, the training, the facilities to bring people like Matthew to international attention. This here, his first competition broadcast around the world, and you could really see that he absolutely loved every moment of that ride. He's carrying some low scores, a couple of ones from yesterday, a 0.67 and a 193, but you know that's going to for sure be his strongest score.
Wow, and look at that, Gagliano gets a 6.1 on his last. We'll let the beach announcer say them. Well, I think the beach announcer is going to hold off to let the next set go through. So it's a 6.1 for Gagliano, and that would be a keeper ordinarily. So Lou Mashish just picks one up on the inside there. I think that might be a keeper for Mashish as well. So here he goes, Shub, and he's looking to build on his heat total, and he's got some speed down this inside section. Shub, trained by Glusker, and you can see it in the way that he goes in and out of that with two manoeuvres, and that is going to be Shub's best wave by a mile. And Gagliano, he'll have heard the crowd shout. He'll know that something else has gone on the inside. Was it the 8.34 that would break combo, or can Gagliano push the score even further out of reach? I don't think Gagliano pushes his score further out of reach. So if Shub gets the 8.34 or more, we still have a heat for one more wave. I think it's going to be pretty close, because that is going to go and surpass. Well, Shub was just pushing, knocking on the door of 6. 5.77 his highest wave so far. There's absolutely no question that he's going to go to another level with that, and there's more surfing to come. Melissa Reed on the backside.
Yeah, beautiful takeoff from Melissa there. Big top turn, high now, drops back down into the section again in the bowl section.
Oh.
A third big maneuver, throwing spray on her Matt Adams boards. Sometimes uses her Dark Arts boards out of California, opting to develop a quiver as well with Matt Adams based in Newquay, who also builds boards for Zoe Smith, who we'll be seeing soon. And Melissa looking really great on that wave, but we also know that Alex is going to drop a big score. Alex currently carrying that 5.77 as his highest score. You feel as if this is going to be his strongest score of his campaign.
Absolutely.
Securely sitting in that silver medal position.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's going to be taking that medal on back to Israel. And the surfers are making their way back out, and so we can see here a little replay of the wave for Lou Mashish. Now, yeah, she'll take that. Mashish takes the first wave of the set. Beautiful, clean, crisp waves. Here's the replay of Shub.
This is great through the inside section. Here, just eyeing things up, but this is where it gets lively. Low, high, big re-entry again, followed up by the most radical turn of the combination. We can't quite remember exactly what the maneuvers were on those fives, but it comes in at a 6.83, so
wow.
It is the highest score of his campaign. He'll love that. But what about the looseness of Pierre Rowe? He's already dropped 2 excellent range scores, and he's just now having fun expressing himself. And the difference is that speed and that power that he's got compared to the other surfers.
Here's the scores.
Third wave of yellow, 5.43. Third wave of blue, 2.5. Third wave of black, 0.5. Fourth wave of red, 7.73. Fourth wave of white, 5.7. Fourth wave of yellow, 6.83. Fourth wave of blue, 0.77. Fourth wave of black, 1.53, sorry.
So a 7.73 for Gagliano, which he throws away. Now, although the 6.83 for Shub was his biggest score, it does mean that Gagliano has secured gold. So we are going to see a victory lap wave for Gagliano. But Shub looking relatively secure in the silver position. And Matthew Thorney gets a 2.5 for that epic ride through the inside there. And he's going to be delighted with that. So surfing for less than a year and in an international event, broadcast live, has picked up a 2.5 and a 1.93. So here in Bristol, Washpool Farm, the home of miracles, the miracles just keep on coming. And here's the set. So let's have a little look now at Lou Mashish from France. So this will be Mashish's last wave, and a crisp, beautiful takeoff, gets down, and Mashish is going to be up and riding on that one, cruising through to the inside, and he's going to get the make on this. This is going to be by far and away Mashish's best wave as well, and the reform on that lovely blue crisp inside. What a wave for Mashish, out riding Out back, Gagliano with a cutback, set-up manoeuvre. What's he going to do with his last wave? Stabs the tail. Well, it doesn't matter. He's won anyway. It's a victory lap. What's he going to do on the inside? Goes for the 360. He's a little bit too excited to surf properly on that one, but who cares? Melissa Reid in the power pocket, coming out, glances off the top, and another big, powerful manoeuvre there. Down the inside, Reid going fast, looking to see if she can stick one more in, and out back it's Shub. Can he build his score?
Well, I feel like Melissa's going to get her strongest score just then. That was incredible. Alex there, he's dropped to 6.83 for his last score. Gets a bit hung up on that section, on that last turn as well. But Piero, I mean, incredible, electric, now sponsored by Volcom, also a skateboarder and a snowboarder, and certainly going to be a favourite for gold at the 2023 ISA World Parasurfing Championship. I mean, his surfing has been exceptional all yesterday and all today, continues to impress, but here we go, our surfer from Wales in his first competition, and again up and riding with control.
Oh wow, hold in there, hang in there, whoa, look at that.
Beauty.
The stoke, the style, the power, the flow. Surfing for less than a year.
I love Melissa Reid's last wave. There was a lot of expression, commitment, degree of difficulty, looking at that judging criteria, innovation, progression, combination of major manoeuvres, variety,
I think we're going to
speed,
get a look
power and flow.
at Adi Gluska here as well for our viewing pleasure.
Oh, there he is
in the yellow.
In the yellow, bang, Adi Gluska. What a joy to watch. A stalwart of international competition, a physiotherapist, still at the top of his game, as fit as a fiddle.
That name used to give you nightmares in the 90s if you saw it on your heat sheet. You knew you were going home early if you saw that one.
Luckily, I was in the longboard category for all of those competitions, but I saw him absolutely unload with an incredible level of consistency and precision. You know, one of those surfers like a Bobby Martinez level of timing on the turns, you know, the tempo and the precise movement, as we see a replay of our surfer from France, and she really did build on everything. She's going to be very proud of her performance here, and it looks like she will be in that silver medal position because Melissa Reid, waiting for that last score to drop, is carrying a 5.67 and a 5.70. I'm calling that the last score for her is going to be her strongest.
Yeah, I think you're right on that one. And the strongest wave for Mashish at a 2.27. This one, this is your victory lap. This is your gold medalist. He's just cruising.
Comes in at a 6.23.
Yeah, you nailed that. We got that one dead right, Sam.
7.07. Last wave of white.
Another throwaway 7 for red.
Last wave of yellow, 4.77. Last wave of blue, 2.53. Last wave of black, 2.27.
Great surfing from Melissa we saw on the replay. That was her strongest score. What a beautiful position to be in to finish on your strongest score. So she carries that 6.23 and a 5.70. She's in gold. Louis Mashish is in silver. In the men's, Piero gets the gold, and our surfer up and riding on the replay, riding in his first competition. He's going to get bronze. Matthew just absolutely going for it. Only been surfing for 9 months.
To take that section on a soft top like that when you've only been surfing for a year, that is absolutely fantastic. And you see him going in there, absolutely buzzing. It was just that front foot. He just lost the toe edge on the front foot there and was a little bit too much on his heel. And you can see the surfers here on the inside.
This guy is really impressed, and the fact that he also snowboards and skateboards says a lot about his role in the action sports community. And as a para surfer, if you're tuning in and looking at your competition for the World Championship in Huntington later this year in this classification, that guy is going to be a hot favourite. Electric, you know, razor sharp re-entries, top to bottom surfing, great timing and positioning and tempo, and you know, getting a near perfect score, a high 9 with 2 10s from 2 of the judges.
Yeah. And that, of course, was bearing in mind that he tried a 360 at the end of the wave, which he didn't stick. So the judges obviously putting a lot of importance on the first manoeuvres that have been done there. But the narrative is the same with judges. If you come really hard off the bottom and you come really hard off the top and then you do it again, then it's pretty much all in the bag. I can see that Louis Mashish in that last wave, I believe, was being helped into her waves by Mark Phipps. Now, Mark Phipps will see his daughter coming up a little bit later. Mark Phipps, Sam, is celebrating a birthday today.
Oh, really? 25
Yeah.
again?
Yeah, he's been 25 for the last, I don't want to guess how long. But Mark celebrated the eve of his birthday last night at nearby in the home of former Welsh champion Rene Godfrey.
So we've had some gold medals crowned. We've seen Piero and Melissa win gold for the men's and women's in the blind partial. We've seen the prone classification gold medalists. We've really got a lot of fantastic surfing already happened, but we're gonna have a break and we're gonna be coming back to the action with the likes of the all-inclusive classification, the below knee standing, and then we're going to be really ending on a high note with the kneeling division, and we get the joy of watching the mighty reigning world champion Llewellyn Sponge Williams put on a show at the end of the day.
Yeah, so at the moment now the wave's going to be handed over for about 20 minutes to some of the event's volunteers. They get paid in waves. What a way to be paid. So we're going to be back at 3 p.m, Sam, 3 p.m. That's the next time that the pool is going to be active for this event. And when that happens, it's going to be with the all-inclusive. So it's going to be Louis Sutton of England in the red, Stephen Downs also of England in the white, and Joanne Mouland of England in the yellow. So there's going to be 3 English surfers. The all-inclusive event yesterday had some pretty good surfing going on, and it should be even better today with them all looking to build on scores.
Absolutely, and Lewis Sutton, he was actually the first para-surfer to enter the Board Masters last year in 2022. So we saw Melissa Reid as the first female para-surfer to enter the Board Masters this year, but we've got Lewis Sutton to look forward to in the all-inclusive, but also Jo Mouland from the South Coast, Poole Harbour. She's a graduate of Falmouth Arts.
Also, it's very clement out there. Conditions are fab. 3 p.m. So thank you very much to those of you who've tuned in so far as we see a set come through. I've been Tom Anderson, and thanks very much for the expertise of Sam Bleakley. And we'll be seeing you guys soon as we see these waves ride off. So 3 p.m, Hwyl fawr, gwelwch chi yn y prynawn, see you in the afternoon. Diolch am edrych, thanks for watching. The sun is out. We're back, and I can't see, touch wood, a rain cloud for the foreseeable at least. There might be one just around the corner of the foreseeable. I probably jinked things there, haven't I, Sam? But we've got the next heat going into the water, so welcome back everybody. It is the final afternoon session 4 of the Welsh Parasurfing Championships, part of the Parasurf League. Tom Anderson here with the call for this heat, and next to me, as ever, Sam Bleakley. And we've just been down catching up with a few of the athletes, and now in the water, Lewis Sutton, Stephen Downs and Joan Mouland, all of them from England. We are about to see the all-inclusive category. What does the all-inclusive category mean, Sam?
So these surfers have a variety of impairments, but they haven't actually been classified by the ISA at the international events to put them into a particular classification. And the whole point of the classification is just to give an equal fair playing field when it comes to these para athletes, so accurately allocating each athlete into their best surf class to ensure a high level of competition and a level playing field. So you have the stand 1, 2 and 3, the kneel, the sit, the prone 1 and 2, and the visual impairment 1 and 2. So these surfers newer to the parasurfing community, so there's a variety of impairments. Joanne has ME. We've got Stephen and Lewis surfing. Joanne is a artist from Poole Harbour on the south coast. Stephen is from Newquay, a lifelong surfer. In August 2022 he underwent extended full force quarter amputation of the left arm. He was back in the water as early as February 2023.
Yeah, so we were working out whether that was less than 6 months or 6 months or so.
And in Lewis Sutton, he was our first parasurfer to enter the Boardmasters in 2022. We saw this year in 2023 Melissa Reid, 3 times ISA Women's World Parasurfing Champion, the first woman parasurfer to enter the Boardmasters. But back to Lewis, he started surfing age 11, working with the Wave Project in Cornwall. He's previously finished 3rd and 4th in the English Adaptive Championship, and he put on some really good scores yesterday. He has cerebral palsy, autism and dyspraxia. So that's why these surfers are in the all-inclusive, because it's a variety of impairments that these athletes are working with. Joanne has a long history of surfing as well, and she will have to manage her energy levels, because one of Joanne's symptoms as someone who has ME is the chronic fatigue that she experiences. Yeah. So that can cause extreme tiredness and other symptoms.
And it can come and go at its own free will, really, doesn't it?
But like I said, Joanne has that long history of surfing from the south coast, based in Poole Harbour, a graduate of Falmouth Art School, an amazing visual artist, and all of her work is inspired by breaking waves and water. She will be riding in the prone position, where we'll see Stephen riding in a kneeling position and Lewis riding full stance, both legs on the board.
Yeah, and Stephen yesterday, we found that Stephen's style, a real kind of languid, cruisy style, leaning really nicely into the wave face. It was a real pleasure to watch. So plenty of good surfing to come here. Now what you're seeing on your screen, by the way, is a setting known as the Waikiki setting. So there's a deliberate A-frame situation caused. A wave is pushed out in 2 directions to jar off the wall and come back across itself, which means that this A-frame peak through the middle. Look at that.
And this is a great setting to start on if you're new to the wave in Bristol. If you want to come and experience your first bit of surfing, this would be a great starting place, particularly for the younger surfers. You do have to ride a soft board to ride the Waikiki setting, but it's the easiest one to ride, and it just develops a little bit of that familiarity with the system here of going into that channel, waiting your turn, coming onto the peak and catching your waves. But what you'll notice is the wave breaks slightly wide of the wall, whereas when we move on to the advanced setting we're going to see for these athletes, it breaks close to the wall and the takeoff is much further out.
And I think the takeoff is identified for the advanced setting as between the 2 light blue marks of paint that you might see. Well, in fact, there's somebody walking up towards those markers, so just up from where you can see somebody stood by the wall.
I like to take off between the nosedive and the wipeout. That's my favourite take-off position.
Oh yeah, I did plenty of those this morning when I went in there at 7 o'clock. It seemed like a good idea at the time, but yeah, and that wall. Of course, I was underwater, but apparently my board had a good crack against the wall on one of those waves earlier as well. So
I had a great couple of days here with my kids about 2 weeks ago, and my 9-year-old son. He missed the first wave and he caught the wave a little bit further inside, took a nosedive, and then I just saw his board rail sliding across the wall as I
this was a
paddled.
fiberglass board.
Yeah, but it's all part of the journey, and it was great to see a 9-year-old, really coming to terms with dealing with these takeoffs. And I encourage all of you surfers to, come and have fun here at the Wave, because it's a great system, and you get these fantastic safety briefings before every session, and the wave makers will give you all of the information you need, but in a very simple way. There's also a skate park, there's great food, there's a beautiful immersive experience walking here from where you park, and just the energy of being around these breaking waves and all of the other surfers having lessons or advanced sessions, that brings a lot back onto the dry land, and it really is an incredible facility, and it's the beginnings of a really exciting time for surfing as we see more inland wave parks emerging around the world.
And born the brainchild of a couple of technicians from the Basque Country, all of these versions of the Wave Garden sit in their landscape, and they work in cooperation with the nature around, and the land here at the back end of the Washpool farm. It's really interesting. It had been a little while since the last time I'd been here, and I could see now that the various shrubs, trees, and the wild meadow that have been planted, they're all starting now to really take on the character. The beautiful bird life on the way over. And the sun's out.
Yeah, and also one of the great things that Nick Hounsfield and his team here, Abby Richardson, Jane Randall, all of the incredible staff here at the Wave, what they've done is they've connected some landscape that historically had been broken up through farmland. So they're reconnecting some of the native flora and fauna through using this Blue Health site to regenerate this green environment, and that's really exciting. And they're also now switching to solar power, so the waves are being generated by renewable energy, and there's a lot of sustainability best practice models on display here at the Wave that we can take to the coastline, we can take to our own lives, we can take to surf resorts around the world, and we can take into future wave park and surf pool developments.
And with an 8-second interval between sets, everybody gets satisfied from a surf here. So we can see now this is the first set starting to roll. Surfers usually leave the first main wave, and so we're going to probably see a paddle within 1 or 2 waves now. It looks to me as though the first takeoff is going to be Stephen Downs, so we're going to get a look at that cruisy layback style, but look at the way that he drives off the bottom, stuffs the first turn in, uses that outside arm, and then leaning towards the wave face off the top through that inside section. What a beautiful pristine wave, not a drop of water out of place. Great start for Downs. Joanne Mouland on the wave behind, and she's coming into that inside section, and there's a little bit of wind ruffle going on here, and that one's going to go hollow on her, and she just rides on through that section there. And then we're going to see the first wave of Louis Sutton, who's going to pop up and use both feet in the red.
Nice takeoff from Lewis there, low section. Bottom turns in the middle of the wave here, a little bit of bouncing. There's the turn to generate a little bit more speed, and that wave just runs away from Lewis. So you feel as if Joe and Stephen will get the best of those first scores. I like the commitment from Joe. Stephen, again, I love the way he sits back over the tail of that knee board. Of course, wearing swim fins, as most knee boarders do, in order to paddle into a wave, and that's going to support his opportunity paddling out. And what's really interesting as we see this shot here, Tom, is you can see the bathymetry where the shallower sculpted concrete is underneath the foam sections, and where the wave is peeling into a deeper section, the water there is deep to allow the current and also the paddle. So that means that's a part where the waves won't break. So it simulates a reef set up in the open ocean where you might have that channel to paddle out into, and then you might move on to also those rocks or those reefs where the wave will be breaking.
And I suppose, in a way, it's of the same DNA as all these ideas about sustainability. There was, of course, the first version of the wave garden up in Snowdonia, where you would step out of the pool and you would walk to the other end of the pool and walk back in. And who'd have thought at that time that simply giving surfers the opportunity to paddle themselves back out and to propel, so that sustainable idea of surfing, that you paddle, you catch a wave and you paddle yourself back out with your own arms, would just add so much to a surf session. And it does, you leave this place feeling like you've had a real workout.
And absolutely, and that first iteration of wave garden technology developed by the engineers in Spain, of course, it wasn't always the most economically viable model because of the limitation of how many waves could be created, because one machine is almost acting as a snow plow, moving through the water, generating that wave. But this iteration of technology, known as Wave Garden Cove, you'll find that when you do book a session here, you'll be surfing in a group of up to 20 surfers, and there'll be 9 sets in your session, but there's 35 waves in each set, so it's a lot of waves.
And if you're on the first couple of waves, let's just let Mark Vaughan announce.
3.67. White, your first ride, a 4.67. And yellow, Joanne, your last ride, a 2.5.
Nice to hear the dulcet tones of... Oh, he's going to go again.
Red, a 3.67. White, a 4.67. And yellow, a 2.5.
And that was the voice of none other than Mark Vaughan that you guys heard there calling the scores. He's joined us for the afternoon. Nice to catch up with Vaughanie at lunchtime, Sam.
Oh, absolutely. Pleasure. I love the Welsh surf community, have a long relationship with a lot of the great Welsh surfers, rode Chris Gus Griffiths' boards for a long time in my longboard career, travelled extensively with the likes of Vaughanie, with Greg Owen, with Rhino, with
Elliot Dudley, I'd imagine.
Absolutely, all the longboarders, and I'm really proud to see the work that Surfability are doing for Welsh parasurfing.
Yes,
and of course we've got
Caswell.
Llewellyn Williams coming up to fly the flag for Wales, our reigning world champion, later today. So Wales has a strong role in adaptive and parasurfing, and long may it continue.
And here goes Downs with his second ride, and this time he pushes further out onto the shoulder earlier, and now he goes down into the pit, comes in and out, and under the lip snap there, goes for a third turn, right up into the lip for number 4, and then again, and a floater tail first, and through to that inside section. So absolutely shredding there, Downs. And I think a 4.67 for his last. I think he'll go beyond that here. Lewis Sutton on the backside, just looking for that wave to stand up to him. It does so. Sutton off the bottom, off the top, off the bottom again, and off the top, and sticks that one. He's going to ride out through the white water. So a great start there. And Joanne Mouland, she's now made it out back. So she's going to be turning around now and heading into her third wave of the heat. I would imagine Downs, I think it would be a no-brainer that he would have improved on his score with that last ride. Sutton, I think it'll be close, there or thereabouts, where his last ride was. Now, Downs did post a pretty healthy score yesterday, so his first wave that he posted so far today, I think, did just go into his top 2, Sam.
Yeah, they all of these surfers performed very well yesterday. Lewis got a 6.33 and a 5. Stephen got a 5.83 and a 4.67, and Joe got a 3.67 and a 2.70. So Joe's first wave comes in at 2.5 at live action. Joe up and riding on her JP board. Nice control of the rails there. Pulls into that middle section there, comes a little bit too high. So because she was a bit too high in that wave, unable to keep that trim speed, that glide, but she will know. Yeah, she's got that wave
made that
on the inside there, but
wow.
She will know she's got a lot more to give, but she has to manage those fatigue levels. That's something that she'll recognise, that during a surf session, she has to kind of pace herself.
Yeah, yeah, and in the middle of a set, it's a pretty tough paddle out, so I noticed that after the first set, Jo just stayed in the corner, made sure that that rip had finished the worst of its work before she turned. You can see it there on your screen, the deep water closest to the pier. At this stage, there's a lot of it moving, which is the reason why the sets turn themselves off. Look at this wave from Downs.
Nice high line, good re-entry, and then engages that hand, drops down into the bowl section, climbs up high, again a second re-entry, a third turn, throwing some spray, a fourth turn, and then dropping back down into the steep section and ending with a really crisp re-entry on that last section, and looking to drop a really good score. Might well be his highest score of this campaign today. Backed up with a great wave by Lewis. Again, looked to be his strongest wave, and it comes in at a 5-6-7. He gets nice and lively here, coming hard off the bottom, a nice top turn combination, keeping good control and speed and flow and commitment, and dropping a decent score which will go into his top two, because adding to that 6.33 that he got yesterday, the 5.67 replaces the 5.0 he scored yesterday.
So we've got Downs temporarily in the lead, and this is the wave of Mouland. You see good rail work, as you said, Sam, and then just overcooks it on the nose in the deep. There's a deep bit of water there. The wave moves between that first outer section, doesn't it, and then stands up again for the racetrack on the inside.
And talking of water depth, what's fascinating here at the wave in
Okay,
Bristol.
Competitors in the water, your last scores. Red, your last wave, a 5.67. Red, your last wave, a 5.67. White, your last ride, a 5.6. White, your last ride, a 5.6. And yellow, your last ride, a 2.17. Yellow, your last ride, a 2.17.
So what's fascinating about the wave here is because it's a shallow body of water, the water temperature mirrors the average nighttime temperature at the time of year. So in the winter it gets cold, but in the summer it gets warm, and you can be surfing in board shorts at this time of year for some surfers.
Yeah, it'll quickly move, won't it? And you see Downs with a nice laid-back carve there, and then cruising through this inside section, a check turner, drives off the bottom and runs right the way through the lip line there, and that was pretty exciting surfing from Downs, looking to improve on a mid-range score as one of his top two. And then Lewis Sutton, and he's going to try and see if he can get through this high line and this time find his way in and out of the lip, and he does so and gets the make on that one, and you can hear some excitement from the beach.
That was a nice end turn.
It was a great turn at the end of that wave, Sam.
Absolutely, and it's that finishing turn that is difficult to nail here, because if you get wide you're going to end up in the channel without any sections to hit. So if you're able to be deep enough for one last critical maneuver and ride it out cleanly, that can really add to your scoring potential.
And when Joanne Mouland is now arriving at the takeoff spot, so as you said, conserving that energy on the way out, and we'll be going on the next wave after this. Lines up, you see, against those two light blue markers on the wall, and here she goes.
Nice wall ahead of her there, really leans in. You can see the use of her legs. She just almost uses those back legs like an additional fin to kind of slow her down or release and speed her up. But again, she takes a higher line and isn't able to keep riding on that wave. So she's got a 3.67 and a 2.7 from yesterday. She's going to drop a score. It probably is not going to go into her top two.
I think the key for Mouland to getting that move from that outside section through to the inside section right, it is going to be to do with the weighting and unweighting of the legs and the relationship between the legs and the core. Most of these surfers use twin fins, and it would be my understanding then that JP surfboard she's using out there is also a pair of twin fins. There's a replay here of Downs.
Such style. I love the angles with, you know, the high upright posture, but then what about this end turn? Everything nice and lined up from Lewis there, and then comes through to this last section here and then really cracks that and climbs and smoothly rides out of that.
Demonstrating clear control of the surfboard after the manoeuvre, which is essential, riding out with control so as to be guaranteed credit for the manoeuvre.
Yeah, so talking of that criteria, judges are analysing the following major elements when delivering those scores out of 10. Commitment and degree of difficulty, innovative and progressive manoeuvres, combination of major manoeuvres, variety of manoeuvres, speed, power and flow. And this is just what they do on the dance floor after the competition. So if you focus on what they do on the wave, it's even better.
And there is going to be a dance floor. We've got some scores.
Red, your last wave, a 5.6. White, your last ride, a 3.33. And yellow, your last ride, a 0.5.
Just wait to see if he's going to go for a second.
Red,
No,
your
Mark
highest
Vaughan
scoring
is
wave
going
so
for a
far,
second.
5.67, that was your second wave. White, your highest scoring ride, a 5.6, that was also your second wave. And yellow, your highest scoring ride, a 2.5 on your first wave.
Feels to me like in his old age he's acquired a little bit of additional bass in that voice there, Sam. I'm kind of feeling ready to be entertained there. I feel like he's going to bust into a bit of Sinatra.
Vino maturity.
That's what, yeah. As he reaches an improved vintage, shall we call it? Yeah, and we've got a set coming through here now, so we're going to be seeing the start from Stephen Downs. So far these surfers have stayed in the same order each time.
Oh, look at those beautiful waves. I mean, if that doesn't make you want to come here and have a session.
Colour. So there is going to be a dance floor later, Sam. I'm told that from 7 o'clock onwards there's going to be live music here at the Wave. So if you are in the vicinity, get yourself down that track past that lovely bird song and the meadow. Here goes Downs, and down to the bottom, fades on this one, and he's right in the pocket. Now this is going to be a fast inside section for him. Drops back in, whacks one off the top, comes off the bottom again, and goes up to the top again, and then he's going to look to see if he can get a completion manoeuvre on this one, and really smooth surfing from Downs. Mulan, meanwhile, cracks that inside section, but ejects. A pretty sensible decision, because I think that would have been a head over heels.
How was Stephen's takeoff? Airdrop.
Airdrop.
It was, for me, that could be Stephen's strongest score. He's got a 4.67 and a 5.60 and a 3.33. I think it's going to go higher than all of those as we see live action. Lewis Sutton looking to replace one of those high fives.
And I think it'll come down to what he gets done on the inside here. He's looking for as steep a section as he can find, and on this occasion he is looking to improve a score. Stays perhaps a little bit too far behind that steep section. You can see he's thinking about what to do next time, that feedback loop that the surfers have going. So the score for Downs on that last one, you're right, Sam. For me, I agree with you that really exciting airdrop takeoff, holding up into the lip till the last possible chance, and then instead of a surfer popping up, here you see it, instead of popping up, the board goes down and the surfer jumps after it.
And everything was in control from this moment as well. So this first halo maneuver, very strong, great quick takeoff there, good control, commitment, degree of difficulty, flow, style, ticking a lot of boxes. We liked it. Joe, unfortunately, not able to come out of that floater and keep trimming through, so she was having some stronger set rides yesterday, but there's still an opportunity for a few more sets to get those scores.
It's going to come down to the extent to which the judges, here we see Sutton, and again he was looking to the inside to see where he could get the biggest manoeuvres off this steep section, just stays a little bit too far behind it there and can't get out in front. So it'll come down to the extent to which the judges do or don't like and recognise a late takeoff.
And it came in at a 5.73, Tom, so it does go into his top two. So
and that will be down to that late takeoff then.
So replace that 5.6, which was his second best score, but still his highest score came yesterday at a 5.83.
Okay, competitors in the water. Red, your last ride, a 4.7. That doesn't better your scoring from this heat. White, your last ride was your best ride of the heat, a 5.73. And yellow, your last ride, a 2.47. It's a smidge under your first score, which was a 2.5.
Wow, 2.47. So Joe's definitely knows now if she can get through to that middle section of the wave, she can go up into the 4s or the 5s.
It's going to be a points buffet for her if she can just get past and of course it's going to take a little bit of a bottom turn out
Competitors, this is your last ride. Competitors, your last ride.
to stay out in front of that foam ball. Now you can see that it's going to be the same order again. It's going to be Downs, Sutton, Mooland. And Mooland again conserving energy on the way out. You can see she's just having a bit of a chill there. It's a pretty nice place to be. I can see that she's just inside the lee of the engine room, so she'll get the sun on her once she comes to the very top of the queue.
So, Joe will take the women's gold here, but competing for the men's gold is Lewis and Stephen has now replaced Lewis and put himself in gold medal position with that last score. So, as it stands, Lewis will need something in the high sixes to get back on top into the gold medal position. So Stephen's lined up for the first wave. Looks like Lewis is going to be going for the second wave. Joe's looking to get a score higher than 367 or 270 to go into her top two. But it's all to play for Lewis, so that's going to be the exciting ride, Tom, as we see our current gold medalist in gold medal position as we stand taking off.
Yeah, and he's looking to defend the score that he's got and goes up and onto a floater there, and so he's, I suppose, playing defence, as we might call it, would be by trying to replace his low score, and that would be a 5.73. He's not going to have done that there, so the door is open. And we see Mooland, and she's well placed here to get her best ride of this session. And again, just overleans on that nose. So it's just something through that inside bit there. And here we go. So this is it, Lewis Sutton, and it needs to be in the upper fives, lower six range. He tends to look to the big manoeuvres on the inside. That's where he's got his points for. And here's that lip line. He's looking to go up with it, joust to that lip, and then one more time. So this is going to go really close now, and he's going to see if he can get this inside connection. That is going to be a dilemma for the judges.
He feels that. I have to remember, actually, he got a 6.33 yesterday, so he's got a 6.33 and a 5.67. Stephen has got a 5.83 and a 5.73. So actually, if you combine yesterday's scores, Lewis is already in gold medal position, and he might well better his 5.67. How do you feel about that? I felt like it could be pretty close to bettering that.
It's close. I think there's not as much work done out back as for his highest score, but then once he got onto the inside, this time he found the high line. He knew exactly when to come out of that high lip line and down and into the trough. Turned out using the power of the lip to push him back down, recovering it with style. So all of the criteria demonstrated there. I'm going to take a punt that it does go into his top two, and as quickly as I say it, I'm wrong.
So it doesn't change the situation.
4.9.
So we got some replays there. So Stephen wasn't able to better his situation, so he stays in silver. So Lewis will win the gold for the men's in the all-inclusive category. Stephen will win the silver, and Joanne, with one more wave to get, will win the gold, as we see her drop into this nice bowl there and just leaning forward onto the nose to generate that increased planing, to keep that board trimming, but not replacing yesterday's scores.
Scores from your last rides. In red, Lewis, a 4.9. Stephen in white, a 3.1. And Joanne, a 2.1. Big hand, ladies and gentlemen, for our competitors from the last heat. Thank you very much.
Fantastic stuff, Tom. I mean, that was great. You know, a variety of impairments that these athletes are surfing with, but an incredible level of performance, different approaches, kneel, stand, prone, and getting the applause there, getting the high fives, getting the stoke. You know, our man from Newquay, a recent amputee, he is absolutely red hot, and he'll be delighted with the way he surfed.
Yeah, and you can see what it means to him. And you see that JP surfboard that he was using there, it does have an option for a third fin in the middle, but he's chosen to go on the twinny. And I suppose that does give the sharp turning curve that you need to get through, particularly that middle section of the wave, which is great fun in the blue water and the warm sunshine, but still requires a fair bit of skill to get through, especially if you've got a panel of judges watching your every move and you're looking to try and get through that with a little bit of style and panache. Coming up now, Laurie Phipps, who yesterday really impressed. And then we've got Zoe Smith, and we've got John Marinovich, the Canadian, who again, I was really impressed by yesterday. And the man with the plan, Dana Cummings of Ampsurf himself.
Yeah,
And Dana was full of stoke this morning, I heard.
absolute stoke machine. And you know, he is really the man behind so much of the parasurf community here. Up and riding there into the bowl section, nice high drop and climb, and then floating and committing to that open face through the inside, Tom, and looking really strong.
Yeah, looking good there, Dana. John Marinovich, the Canadian, and he yesterday, now he's a snowboarder, and a pretty accomplished snowboarder, and you can see the way that it shows there, talking yesterday about how he'd had to change his stance away from the duck feet of the snowboarder, and here goes Laurie Phipps at 22 from Senyos Les Bordens, and Laurie in and out of the lip on this and going down the inside section, and she is shredding on this one. Laurie in the red makes it through to that inside connection, was already in the lead from yesterday, and this now, Rhea Sarr. Now, we've got Rhea Sarr on our screen, but that isn't, no, this is Zoe Smith.
Zoe Smith from Bournemouth, copper medalist at the 2022 ISA World Parasurfing Championship in Pismo, 2022 English champion. And in 2015, Zoe lost her leg as a passenger in a car accident. So that front leg is a prosthetic leg, and she's been doing some incredible development in board design with Matt Adams, currently riding a 6.2. And what they've been doing is recognizing that Zoe's prosthetic leg, it doesn't allow certain front forward trim speed. So they've been adapting the boards to keep that board planing when she takes off, because a lot of her power and control is coming from the back foot. As we get the replay of Dana, of John, it looked like John was really quick onto this takeoff there, and then low in that bowl section, and again flexing low to get to the bottom of the wave, and then rising up to carve up to the top of the wave. So it's going to be quite similar scores between those two, but Laurie Phipps, it feels as though this score, Tom, could go into her top two from yesterday.
Yeah.
She got a 6.67 and a 6.27. I'm going to put my neck on the line and go into the sevens for that. I'm going to go that was a real special score.
I think it does. And then here we see Zoe Smith. So we do now have our screen updated with the right names in front of us here. And Zoe, good bit of work out back. We'll leave something on the inside, but with decent scores posted yesterday, Zoe won't be feeling too panicked by that one there.
Yeah, Zoe dropped to 5.17 and a 4.93 yesterday.
Yeah.
So
unlikely that goes into those on wave one.
Comes out at a 7. I had a feeling it was in the 7 range.
Laurie Phipps.
There it is.
Your last scores in red, 7-point ride.
Laurie
Red, a
Phipps.
7-point ride. White, your last score, a 3.67. Yellow, your last ride, a 4.33. And blue, your last score, a 3.17.
So
repeat that: red, a 7, white, a 3.67, yellow, a 4.33, and blue, a 3.17.
So throw away for Smith and throw away for Marinovich, but Cummings is going to use that score, and Laurie Phipps is also going to use that score.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic start for Laurie there, and it's Zoe who's going to be in the front for this next set. Zoe Smith from Bournemouth, a finalist in this classification at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship last year in the central coast of California in Pismo, coming away with that copper medal. Incredible achievement for her. Only been surfing still a couple of years, so new to the culture of surfing, and describes surfing in the adaptive community as really having given her a whole new lease of life, and how she loves being in the water and testing her physical limits and capabilities as she's up and riding on her Matt Adams built 6.2 that has that concave in the nose to just keep that front of the board trimming. And look at the control there, fantastic from Zoe, Tom.
Down the racetrack section here, looking to get a great finish on that wave, and I think that does go into a top two this time. And now Dana Cummings behind, and he's going to have to hang in here. It's a proper white knuckle ride as he gets through to the inside, and Dana is going to be frothing with this one, in and out of the lip. Behind him, John Marinovich, the Canadian, and we can see the way that Marinovich used the weight over his back foot to get through those steep sections yesterday and in his first wave today. It's there at his disposal, but on that occasion, the foam ball catches them. Laurie Phipps, now she's looking seven or more really here, and Laurie trims, waits, unweights, gets a real bit of speed here, goes into that lip, smacks it once, glances off the shoulder, and then rides on through with style and heads back for the channel. So that's going to be a lovely birthday present for Dad Mark, who's watching.
That was a great score. And what's interesting about these athletes is comparing the surfers who have a prosthetic on their back foot for surfing versus their front foot. So we saw there from Laurie that her prosthetic is on her back foot in contrast to Zoe, whose prosthetic is on her front foot. So that really influences technique and board design. And of course, you know so much from surfing that we initiate our turns from our back foot, but it's our front foot that we need for steering and guidance and keeping that equal pressure to generate trim speed. So it's really interesting to see how these surfers are adapting and using their equipment to maximize the way they're riding waves.
And it influences the way that they use the rotation of the upper body as well, doesn't it? Dana Cummings cruising through that section, goes right into the shallow bit. The work was already done. Dana's going to get a couple of points for that. Marinovic, he won't be so happy with this one, but he's full of stoke anyway. And then this wave from Laurie Phipps. And again, I think there's a strong chance that Laurie continues to build her score here. Goes onto the rail, just waits for the setup, and then the way that she draws a high line here twice, and then drives off the bottom, smacks into the lip, and gets a neat completion on that one as well.
Competitors in the water, your last scores. In red, a 6.43.
Yeah.
White, your last score, a 5.33. That betters your situation. Yellow, your last ride, a 2.83. And blue, a 3.87. So to repeat, red, your last ride, a 6.43. White, a 5.33. Yellow, a 2.83. And blue, a 3.87.
It could be, if these scores stay where they are, Sam, a pretty big fortnight in the Phipps household, because Laurie's younger brother Jay defended his title at the Mystic Junior Open in the Boardmasters event last week, and got through a couple of rounds of the QS 1000 as well. Both Laurie and Jay, they've got the Australian father, Mark Phipps, who's here today. Happy birthday, Mark, Pembroke Hapis. And they celebrated, I think, early last night at Rene Godfrey's house, another Welsh legend who's been doing a bit of work with the English adaptive team
and
as well.
has a big role in Bristol, in the Natural History BBC unit as a film director,
wildlife,
producer.
yeah. And so hey, Ren, I think Rene's out in the Gower today with a family commitment, but is promising to tune into Laurie's heats. And then Mum Christine is from the Gower, so and they live in France, so they could be Aussies, they could be French, they could be Welsh. I know what I think they should be doing out of that, but I can understand why they might get themselves involved in France's elite development system. And of course, Senyos Le Bolden, what a place to live. And here goes Laurie Phillips.
Beautiful takeoff, low on the section there, up high now. And this is where you can get the opportunity to generate some trim speed. Climbing and dropping, looking so good on the board, built by her father there. I love the spray as well, watermelon colours, and she gets super loose and lively always through the inside section. So her timing, her tempo, her rhythm has been brilliant. But answering back, Zoe Smith, Tom, this looks phenomenal.
We have a heat going through that inside section and getting some work done there. Just gets toppled off, but has done the work out back. Marinovic. And this time he's got a great line through this one, and he's going to drop free, falling back into that one. That is inches deep by there. And Cummings on the wave behind. Cummings tracks out of the bottom in that foam ball. He's going to get back down into the wave face, and he's right by the tube on that one. And now the wave's going to speed up, and Cummings is going to go through, and he's going to find himself on that same slab of concrete on the inside there. It's not for the faint-hearted, that section. And the approach that those surfers are taking to go through it. And now we see the sun is out, the water is finding new colours of azure. What a day. So Phipps, absolutely, again, the best of that exchange. Now this time Phipps, a little bit less heavy on the manoeuvres and kind of really going for that kind of style. And we see here, it's a lovely round pin surfboard. I think she's using it as a twinny. Look at the style here, just cruising.
But so loose always through the inside, and this is a real great model of surfing finesse, but also that power, you know, that Rel Sun quality of being graceful but also being powerful. And then answering back with Zoe, you can really see how her board design, Adam 6'2" there, is really keeping that drive forward off her front there.
You mentioned Rel Sun there, one of surfing's great matriarchs, and one can only imagine. Perhaps this sunlight here is Rel smiling down on today's events, but one can only imagine what she'd think if she saw the way that Surf Stoke was being shared in this para-surfing community today. And there, Dana Cummins, one of the great patriarchs of this para-surfing community, and he's full of stoke on the inside there.
And a Para Surf League founder, and also founder of Amp Surf. And I love the Amp Surf motto, focused on abilities, since 2003.
Competitors in the water, your last scores. Red, your last ride, a 5.17. White, your last ride, a 4.2. Yellow, your last score, a 2-point ride. And blue, your last ride, a 3.5. So red, your first wave remains your best, a 7-point ride. White, your second ride was a 5.33, that remains your highest score. Yellow, your first ride was a 4.33, that is your highest ride. And blue, your best score so far, your second ride, a 3.87.
So because we're running a leaderboard system here where the 5 waves from each day run up against each other, and it's the best 2 waves that go towards a surface score of 20, you've gone analog on us here, haven't you, Sam?
I always trust the pen and paper. You never know when the batteries might die. I've always been a fan of the notebook, the notepad, and at the moment I can tell you that Zoe is improving on her situation from yesterday, adding to that 5.17 she got yesterday. She's now got a 5.33. Laurie is added to yesterday's 6.67 with a 7.0. Dana is improved on both of his scores. The founder of Amp Surf, Dana Cummins,
He's on fire
4
today.
times West Coast USA champion, a CNN hero, a Californian Veteran of the Year, a Patriot of the Year in the USA. He has got a 3.17 and 3.87, but he's still in silver because John, our surfer, up and riding right now, is in the gold medal position with a late takeoff there, committed degree of difficulty.
And running through this inside section, he's going to get the make on this one, which is going to really open up the points. Marinovic streaming down the racetrack section through to the inside, styles out, and that is going to be a keeper for Marinovic there. And we are going to see some stoke on the face of the Canadian who now lives in Costa Rica. But look at this, Cummins is answering straight back. He's going to go right the way through that section as well. There might even be a chance for the high five here. I think we're going to see it. Oh, Cummins just shy of it. Phipps out back, smashes one.
Phipps looking really good. I think those scores that we're going to see for blue and yellow will be the best waves they've got. Really loose and lively from Laurie Phipps. Zoe there dropping deep into this section is really nice. Off the bottom, off the top combination, then riding out of that floater, but just sitting back at the end of it, waiting for scores to drop. Love what I saw from John and Dana. For me, they were the strongest rides we have seen for both those surfers, perhaps even ousting their rides from yesterday. So at the moment, John's highest ride is a 4.33 and Dana's highest ride is a 3.87. I think that both of those surfers are going to get the highest scoring rides of their campaigns.
And it's incredible that despite all the stoke, both of these guys really want to win. This is a rivalry in parasurfing in the making here. And look at the style there. You can see him putting all that snowboard know-how, the perfect control of the arms, transitioning from the front foot to the back foot and getting the make. And then Dana Cummins behind him. First of all, it's a case of anything you can do, I think I can do better. And then as he comes through to the inside here, they're just inches away from being able to go for the high five. In the end, I think the stoke takes over and Cummins just dives into the water. Phipps really cruising here. And look at the spray on this turn from Phipps there. And then comes into that high line, just cruising through, looking to replace a pretty decent score, Phipps.
So Zoe just got a little bit held up on that section there, but look at this turn, Tom. Bang!
Wow.
Spray thrown, and again a second turn, almost riding out of that. most of that maneuver was complete, but not quite the
Yeah.
final icing on the cake. So it might not go into Zoe's top 2, but let's see if Dana and John can improve on their scores. Yes, Dana drops a 4.27, so it does go alongside his 3.87, and it's gonna put the pressure on John, because now Dana really is in reach of getting that gold medal position. John drops a 3.93, so it does also go into his top 2.
Oh, so I think that they just leapfrogged each other twice.
6.67. White, Zoe, your last ride a 4.77. Yellow, John, your last ride a 3.93. And blue, you've improved your situation with your last ride. The last ride a 4.27. That's your highest ride so far.
So close between John and Dana for
It is.
gold here.
There's nothing in it here. I think that Dana just jumped over John by about a tenth of a point for a couple of seconds. So Marinovic, I'm glancing at your arithmetic.
As it stands, John is in gold and Dana's in silver, but it's very close because John's carrying a 4.33 and a 3.93, and Dana's carrying a 4.27, slightly less than John's highest score, and a 3.87, slightly less than the second score. So it's not.
Oh no, it's 0.02.
Yeah, exactly.
0.02 to Marinovic.
So it's
0.02.
It's pretty much like if Dana goes for a 5, he moves up into gold.
Yeah. There's nothing. It's essentially whoever gets the highest score on this final wave, unless they get the same score, in which case it'd be Marinovic by a fraction.
Live action here. Marinovic up, riding, locked in the bowl section, gets low there, eyeing up this wall over his outside shoulder, climbing and dropping. Good maneuvers,
he's
keeping
get
it lively.
Something here.
Still going, some scoring potential there, as we see Dana answering back, chasing pretty much a 5 we have worked out is what he would need to move out of silver into gold. He's got a nice bowl section ahead, climbing and dropping, good body language, using that upper body really well. See the use of the arms there, Tom, to keep his balance and keep his momentum. But this is the person who's been the standout all heat, just super loose and electric, falling on that wave. But what can Zoe deliver on this one, Tom?
Well, Zoe is going to be needing a fairly decent score here. By our arithmetic, it probably is somewhere around the 7, so she's going to need something explosive here. Goes for it, is going to give the judges something to think about here, and goes back in and out of the lip again, and coming through to the inside, finds that straight line speed, and is going to get the full make. So the judges have now got to make a big decision on the last wave of Dana Cummings in the blue, and they've got to make a big decision on the last wave of Zoe Smith in the white.
I think it'll be big for Zoe. I think it'll go in the 6s, I reckon. I'm not quite sure it's going to put her into gold. I think it's going to keep her in silver, but I think it could well go into her top 2.
Yeah, she's going to need a 7 something to go for gold, and it might just be a little bit shy of that, but it's going to be close.
So a 4.8, a 4.63 for John's last ride, and a 4.27 for Dana's. So as we see the video replay, these scores do factor in, but they're not enough to put Dana up into gold. So he'll stay in silver, and this is our man who'll be taking gold.
John Marinovic, resident of Costa Rica, Canadian surfer. And here we see Dana Cummings is going to take a silver, a well-deserved silver. Although, if I'm right, is Maxime Caban in the next heat is in another category, isn't he? Because he's kneeling, yeah. So no, so that is that. And then we're going to see scores are also now in for Zoe Smith.
Your last rides. Red, your last ride of 3.03. That doesn't factor into your situation. White, you did improve your situation. Your last ride, a 5.9.
Great surfing
White,
from Zoe.
last ride, a
Best wave.
Yellow, again, you improved your situation. You scored a 4.63 on your last ride. And blue, you equaled your best scoring ride on your last wave with a 4.27. Big congratulations to those competitors. Put your hands together, please. Thank you.
Yeah, and applause from down at the beach there.
So there we go, it's official. So John takes gold, Dana takes silver, and in the women's, Laurie takes gold, Zoe takes silver. Zoe did get the strongest score of her 2 days on that last ride, a 5.9, adding to that 5.33. But it was Laurie's 6.67 and her 7.0 that gained her gold. And what a great performance from both of those women, outscoring the men, but also demonstrating the ability to really work with their surfboard designers. Of course, Laurie's got the pleasure of working with her father as her surfboard shaper, but great to see Zoe Smith working with Matt Adams out of Newquay and developing some really positive parasurfing equipment.
Yeah, and the progression in the surfing there, the use of that hard inside edge on the tails of those surfboards to just get into very, very critical parts of the waves, highly impressive, and to do it with such grace and fluidity. It's really something of beauty from all of the surfers. Now we've got our first set of our next one. So now this is the first of two rounds of the kneeling. So yeah, Maxime Caban from France is in this one, and Maxime Caban, of course, will be up against the three other guys in the next heat for the men's title. Caban with a late takeoff there. Straight away goes through that first section, smashes one off the top, drops down into the bottom, leans back, and again. And coming through to this fast inside section, what a start for the Frenchman. Glanced off the foam and almost gets the make on that as well. This is Justine Barker from Scotland in the yellow, and Justine up onto the knees there with some work to do to control the surfboard through that section. And now the style master from Jersey, Rhea Saar.
Nice, lifts those arms up there. So at the moment holding both of those rails, but one of the techniques you'll see from Rhea is that when she's in a nice trim position in control, she'll take both hands off the rails and she gets that weightless feeling. And you can really see in her body language when she does that, it's almost as if she's riding the nose on a longboard. She does like to also use longboards as well. She's currently riding a Walden surfboard as we get to see the replay of Maxine's first ride. What do you think of this, Tom?
Yeah, that late takeoff as a precursor to what comes next. And it's very explosive surfing here, hard off the bottom, spray coming out the top. This one in particular with a redirect down, and then to actually get a make off that little bit of a foam tap at the end. It's a great start. Here now, this is the most difficult section of the wave to be trying to regain control of a surfboard through. So that's about the best that could have been done with that situation. You see a bit of frustration. We like to see that these guys care. And Rhea Saar built house yesterday, so this was pretty much what Rhea Saar did on her first heat yesterday as well. Rhea, pretty familiar with surfing here, spends a fair bit of time surfing here. Rhea also surfed very well in this same event when it was at Surf Snowdonia in Betws-y-Coed in North Wales last year as well.
She celebrated her birthday here with her friends. That says a lot when you bring your friend's birthday party to the wave.
Well, what a place to do it, the saltwater therapy. And if you've got a day like today with the sun out and the waves coming through, and now you can see that as the afternoon sun as the sun starts to lower slightly in the sky, light is now reflecting off the surface on that wet wall. That's the most reflected sunlight against wet rock is one of the most beautiful sights you can see.
Check these scores. Big ones to drop for Maxine.
Rides in red. Your first ride is 7.5.
Wow.
Red, your opening ride is 7.5. White, your opening ride a 1.83. And yellow, your opening ride a 3-point ride.
So that was a big score for Maxine.
7.5, white a 1.83, and yellow a 3-point ride.
Maxime moves to within striking distance of the world champion Llewellyn Sponge-Williams, who'll be coming up in the next heat.
Yeah, so Llewellyn scored a 7.83 and a 7.50 yesterday. He might carry those scores, he might better them, but Maxine now adds to yesterday's 6.33 and adds a 7.5, because the reason we keep referring to yesterday is the surfers have the opportunity to carry their two strongest scores from yesterday's surfing and today's surfing to go for gold.
Yeah, and it's a real challenge for these judges to pick up where they left off yesterday. So the judges have got to try really hard to remember what they were given for what manoeuvres yesterday. So a proper challenge because, of course, the judges will have had to have considered the surfing that Sponge did yesterday, and they have decided on this occasion that what Maxime just did was absolutely in the same league as the very best of Sponge. So Llewellyn Williams, however, he'll have something to say about that when he takes to the water in not very long at all, actually. We're going to see 4 more rides from this heat, and then we'll be having the other 3 surfers in this event coming up next. That'll be Llewellyn Williams, Oliver Jones, and we've got a wave coming here for the surfer, so it's going to be
Maxime up
Isaac
and riding.
Hare.
Live action, so
And there's
nice
Maxime.
off the bottom section again, hard off the top, cuts that back nicely, and then generates some more speed with a pump. A really strong 4th turn, a good 5th turn, nice and lively. A 6th turn
Under
there.
the lip snap.
Not a massive amount of variety, but certainly control, flow, speed, commitment, and good, clean, solid surfing from Maxime.
Yeah, and these waves now, the wind is now perfect for this, and now we see Rhea Sarr with a likely chance to go for the arms up, and she makes it through to this inside section. A bit of work to do. There we go, Rhea Sarr, and just turns a little bit too much inside rail on that one.
I love that takeoff though. There's a longboard quality about Rhea surfing that I really see oozing out from her. She calls herself a soul surfer, and we can see why. The way she just coolly took that drop, that was a critical, hard to do takeoff, but she did it with such elegance. It was brilliant to watch.
Yeah, elegance and eloquence, in as much as somebody can speak or express themselves with their surfing. So Caban, if we look at what the judges did last, is probably going to go pretty close to that 7.5. So we may well have a big battle between him and Sponge.
It could even go higher. My memory feels as if this is a better perform ride than the last one. I felt like that 7.5 came out higher than I thought it would. So this is very interesting. We're not obviously comparing the rides as we see on the screen. I'm just going by my instinct from seeing that first ride and feeling that could have been a bit stronger. So will it go higher?
Well, I think the finish was definitely stronger. I think there was that late takeoff on the first wave. We see Rhea Sarr coming through that difficult inside section, goes for the hand jive there and just topples, but we will see some more from her. And this time, Caban's score slightly under.
So Rhea drops a 4.17, so that adds to her top score. She got a couple of 3s yesterday, so that's an important keeper for her.
Your last scores. Red, your last ride is 6.83. White, your last ride is 4.17. That improves your situation. And yellow, your last score a 1.33.
What was your last score, Tom?
Yeah.
So
Well, I was
red,
nowhere.
currently your best ride is your opening ride. It was a 7.5. White, your last ride was your highest scoring at 4.17. And yellow, your opening ride was also your best score, a 3-point ride.
Yeah, and nowhere near to what these fabulous surfers in the water are doing right now. So it's Barker on that exchange who doesn't end up with something to hold on to. So Caban really pushing here now. So yeah, coming up we're going to have Llewellyn Williams, Oliver Jones and Isaac Hare all surfing for Wales. So the 3 Welsh surfers are going to be in together, and they're all going to be competing with Maxime Caban for the kneeling title. I think, again, the way that sunlight reflects off the water surface and then reflects off the wet rock against the wall, sunlight reflected off water, the surface of water onto wet rock, one of life's great beauties.
And watercolour has a transformative effect on your mood as well. When you see clear water, blue water, those more azure tones, it does lift your mood. It's like being in great landscape when you see mountains or waterfalls. Just visually, I think that's one of the great things about arriving here, is seeing that watercolour and seeing how it changes under the different weather conditions.
It's going to be Caban again who starts this exchange off. A light bit of wind now ruffling these waves, so Caban keeps the takeoff smooth this time, goes out for a nice drawn out cutback, and now he's down into the pocket and he jams one out into the steep section, and now he's looking for this inside reform here. Gets a little bit hung up and will probably end up not keeping that one just on account of how he finished. Rhea Saar meanwhile behind, and she's coming through to the fast section here. Holds the outside rail, the pig dog as they call it, and now coming through to that inside section.
Great stuff from Rhea. That's got to be her strongest score. She's got a 4.17 for that last ride, but for me there was way more happening there. Control, flow, climbing and dropping through the end, and took some risks but didn't fall. I think that's going to really be a strong score for Rhea.
Reading and responding to that wave, Rhea waving to some well wishers from the pier as she goes by, and now we're going to see the surfer in yellow, Justine Barker, and it's going to end up being a really super late takeoff here for Barker, and gets down to the bottom but might not quite manage to get around the section.
But how was that takeoff, Tom? You know, the fact that she avoided nosediving there was incredible. That was really late.
Yeah.
Great control from Justine. So she's got a 3 and a 1.33. So for that takeoff alone, there's a possibility she's going to get a strong score. But super interested to hear what Rhea drops for her last wave. Maxine didn't feel like it's going to go close to that 6.83. It's certainly not going to threaten that 7.50. So it's interesting to see if Maxine can put more pressure on Llewellyn Sponge Williams, because if Maxine doesn't get the scores right now, then Llewellyn will be guaranteed gold, but there's still a lot of time to go.
Yeah, so Barker, who we see here, the wave from Caban. Now, it's the inside of this wave. He's done really well up to this point, but here just overcooks it slightly and dags an inside rail. And I think we're probably going to see Rhea Saar.
I love this, Tom. Look, once she's up in control there, this is where things get really exciting. In the bowl section, always in the pocket, climbing and dropping, throwing spray, dynamic, but great control, and then finishing with that strong maneuver. And it does come in higher than her last ride, a 4.83. So adds to that 4.17 and puts Rhea in a commanding gold medal position.
She is doing really well in this one.
Red, your last ride, a 6-point ride. Red, your last ride, a 6.0. White, your last ride improves your situation. You have a 4.83. That's your best ride of the heat so far. And yellow, your last ride, a 1.73.
So, although it's a 6-point ride, that's actually not a keeper for Caban. And there's the late takeoff.
That was pretty impressive the way she didn't nosedive on that takeoff.
I think that is for me defying the aqua dynamics of a surfboard that length, that it can actually get down that part of the wave.
And it does go into her top 2 scores because it's a 1.73, better than her last wave of a 1.33. So those waves, that 3 and that 1.73, go into her top 2. They beat the ride she dropped yesterday. So as it stands, Ray is in gold medal position, Justin in silver. Maxine has to contend with the next 3 surfers. Llewellyn, Oliver and Isaac will be coming up, all battling for that men's gold in the Parasurf kneel classification, which is surfers who ride waves in a kneeling position with an above the knee impairment or both lower limb impairments.
And Caban is going to sit in front of Oliver Jones and Isaac Hare as it stands, but whether or not he's going to catch Sponge, there's going to be 2 more tilts at that, and Sponge has got a pretty substantial heat total of 15.33. Caban's is 14.33, so it's very simple. Caban will essentially need to take one of those wave scores and improve it by a whole point. And if we look at the 2 scores that Caban has got, a 6.33 and a 7.5, so it would be the low one. The 6.33 just needs to be a 7.33. In fact, it needs to be a 7.34 because Caban can't tie with Sponge, because then on a count back, Sponge's 7.83 single highest score would take the heat. So by my calculations, my arithmetic, Sam, you're going to correct me if I'm wrong here, a 7.34 for Maxime in either of these last 2 waves?
Actually, it would be a 7.84.
7.8.
Yeah, because Maxine's carrying a 7.5 and Sponge is carrying a 7.5.
You're right, yeah, okay.
This is a lovely moment here when you're waiting for the set, and this is why wave making facilities are so good for adaptive and para surfers, because it's not purely about going out and hunting and finding the wave and dealing with the crowd. You know the timing of that wave. Once those sets come, when it's your turn, it's your chance to go. And if you miss the wave, you can catch the next one. And that's something that you don't experience at the ocean. When you paddle out for an ocean session, you've got to deal with all of those other natural issues, such as consistency, wave swell direction, tide, unless you're surfing in the Mediterranean, which is non-tidal.
Yeah.
But you've also got to deal with the crowd, and when you're a newbie to a particular break, sometimes you're low in the pecking order and you have to hassle and hustle to get waves, and a lot of people don't like to do that. And the great thing about the system here at the Wave is you queue up and you take your turn.
It's a bona fide turn system.
It's fantastic.
Like on a ski lift or a button lift or something, it works perfectly.
So Rhea there, she's got some really good scores. She's got a 4.83 and a 4.17. For me, she's been one of the highlights of this event, and that kind of lovely approach of having oozing soul and style and charisma, but still having that kind of dynamic surfing. That's something that we see from Stephanie Gilmore, we see from Rel Sun over, in the past, those surfers like Jerry
Lopez,
yeah,
great grace under
firewalker,
pressure.
To be able to be zen and serene, but at the same time to put your body into dangerous parts of the wave and do extreme things with elegance to make the difficult look easy.
And it looks as though on this next set they're going to slightly switch the order up, and it's going to be Rhea Saar who's going to start us off, and it's absolutely
there's a seal
fair.
in there. That's actually a seal. There's some sea life. They've actually put some sea life in the leg for us today.
We've had swans, we've had Canada geese, we've had Mark Vaughan. What could possibly come next? And Rhea Saar here, I think I'm going to guess that Saar has, quite rightly, perhaps suggested that she'd like to get one of those pristine first one or two waves of the set. And at the moment, we are going through a little bit of a lull in the wind. The lagoon has been becalmed, so there's every chance that these first couple of waves of the next set are going to be really smooth looking waves indeed.
Well, we're on the hour, so it's a transition between sessions on the right side of the lake for the right-handers. There's a new session beginning, so it's a longer break to facilitate the surfers coming out and the new group going back in and lining up. So we've got the competition continuing, but that's why we've had the longer lull, because this is just straddling that hour transition from the end of the 3 o'clock session to the beginning of the 4 p.m. session.
So as long as the wind doesn't decide to simultaneously puff with our set, we're going to see one of the cleanest waves of the whole day come through. You see the little first wave, the pre-wave, and then we're going to get wave number 2, which the surfers usually leave. And look at the glass on that thing, and now Rhea Saar is going to get her wish. Oh, the water reflecting off the wet concrete on the wall there, and Saar into the bottom of an absolutely picture perfect wave of sheet turquoise glass, holding that inside rail, joust with that lip line, and she's claiming it already. The joy of surfing from Rhea Saar there. And do you know what? The judges, they've got to stay as professional as they can. They can't get as excited as us, but they'd have to have hearts of stone like that soaking wet concrete on the wall there to not give Rhea Saar a bigger score. Caban really riffing on the one behind, and the waves are still clean coming out of this, and Barker with her chance to go for her best wave so far, and she's up and in that foam ball. Another late takeoff, and she's going to get a make on this one.
I feel as if that's going to go in her top 2. She's got a 3 and a 1.73. I mean, watching Rhea then, that almost brought a tear to my eye, because it just embodied the beauty of wave riding, that pure joy, and the fact that she was so celebratory. She's had a great time, and she's doing exactly what wave riders all over the world, irrespective of our capabilities, our skills, our abilities, want to do, which is ride waves and have fun and share that with others.
It's my favourite wave of this event so far there, just for that expression of joy, but also the strategy that Saar deployed there, because I'm going to wager that on the way back out, she will have asked, here we're going to get a replay, she will have asked Maxime Caban, look, you keep taking the first wave, let me have a tilt of that clean one. She manages to do it when we've had the break, and look at this ride. Not a drop out of place, Sam.
And again, it's that soul surfer spirit that she embodies, beautiful control, great elegance, and there it is, the absolute eruption of stoke that we can all connect with, irrespective of what we ride, where we ride, or what our abilities are.
And Off camera now as we see this replay of Maxime Caban, who also by here could go very well close to that 7.84. Let's not forget that. So we put him out in front of Sponge temporarily.
But what about this drop from Justine? She gets a 1.8 for her last score.
This one
that
will be
was
more.
Incredible takeoff.
This one will be more.
So a 5.37 for Rhea's last ride. So it does
Good score.
add to that 4.83. So she takes the gold, and Justine will take the silver. And we're waiting for a score to drop for Maxine. Comes in at a 7.43, not enough for gold.
Scores. Red, your last ride is 7.43.
So
Your first ride was a
Mark
7.5.
Vaughan filling the
just
competitors in.
narrowly under that first ride. White, your last ride, your best ride so far, a 5.37 for White.
and Rhea Saar greets that with a fist
White,
in the air. There's a
5.37
clap on
for
the
your
pier.
last ride, and Yellow, your last wave, a 1.8. Yellow, your last ride, a 1.8.
And just watch again, Sam, if this sun stays out. There are a few clouds in the air, but at the moment I've just looked up, the sun's got a bit of room to move through the sky. The way that sunlight reflects onto that wet wall as these waves come through, absolutely beautiful.
So the situation with that last ride of Maxine, Tom, is that it wasn't enough to oust Llewellyn Sponge Williams' 2 scores from yesterday, the 7.83 and the 7.5, but it came so close. So in a solid silver medal position, but coming up in our next heat, we will have an opportunity for Oliver Jones and Isaac Hare to go for that silver or potentially that gold.
Yeah, so Caban would have needed about another 0.4 of a point. 0.45 more to have gone in front. Of course, Sponge is quite probably going to do all he can across 5 more waves to improve his heat total. And look at that sunlight on the wall. And this time we're order restored. Caban is going to start us off with a really snappy roundhouse wraparound, back down and into the pocket, in and out of the wave again, and onto the top, and smashes a load of spray into the channel, whizzing down this inside section. So Caban, and then cruises on through. This is his last wave. He's going to get reform after reform. Saar out back. Sam.
Nice, elegant arm up control there. She's already dropped a brilliant 5.37 and takes a nosedive through the middle there, but she won't mind because she's had that 4.83 and the 5.37 in that gold medal position as we wait for a score to drop for Maxine, still chasing pretty much a 7.84 to move up into gold medal position. It was a strong ride. Was it enough?
I think it's very close. I think it's going to be pretty much the same ballpark as his last one. I think he's going to be, well, is stuck the right word? He's going to be still in silver, I think, after this. I'd be very surprised if it goes all the way up into those 7.8s. But he is going to take some beating for that silver, Sam. So, and of course, let's not forget that Llewellyn Williams has spent all of last night and all of this morning, apart from 4 practice waves, thinking and brainstorming ways to improve his own tally. And I think that one of those ways could well be those rotations that we saw from yesterday.
Do you think we might see a perfect 10 from Sponge in this heat coming up?
Right, Sponge will kill me for saying this. I'm going to say a no, and I'll tell you for why. It's because, Maxime's 6.93 for his last one. I think...
Competitors from your last heat, your last score in rides. In red, Maxime, your last score was a 6.93. In white, your last score a 3.53. And yellow, your last ride, just a quick ride of 0.1. That doesn't factor into top scores. So congratulations, surfers, in the last heat. Big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen.
So I think the reason why we won't see 10s from Sponge today is his mindset. He really is super ambitious and a very astute competitor now. And I think that Sponge is building form through the year. And I think that his mind, although I think there's a very good chance he'll take this one down today, I think that his mind is already on Huntington, and he is seeing this event as preparation for Huntington. So I think that once he's out front, if it starts to look comfortable, I think we'll see Sponge take a little bit too much experimental risk. However, it would be the happiest I think I'll ever be to be wrong. I think what we'll see is Sponge take a bit of risk and be a bit creative, and I think that there's a good chance that if he sticks one of his more ambitious routines, then we would see a 10. But I think that he's going to be just looking a little bit too hard for those boundaries of performance at this stage in the year, because I think he wants to go to Huntington Beach at the end of the year knowing his limits, and an athlete only finds their limits by pushing them. So I think it's the mindset that he's in here. I suppose if you kind of think about the way that we might see a team in a sort of pre-season setting, perhaps use a couple of substitutes, perhaps sometimes concede a goal because they were trying out a different back four or something. And I think that Sponge, of course he's going to do everything he can to get the win, but I think his mind is already an event or two ahead. And do you think that's a valid approach?
Yeah,
Sam?
he's definitely looking forward, but I think he's got a great opportunity here to experiment, to be progressive, as we see now Isaac Hare. He's going to look to add to that 5-2-3 and that 5-8-3, gets a nice bottom turn, good top turn again, pulls into that bowl section, climbs, drops, nice high lively attack. Isaac's going to really like the feel of this opening wave. No mistakes, nice control, backed up by Oliver.
Yeah, and a little no-claim claim from Isaac at the end there, and really close to the tube on this one, Oliver, and he is ripping on this one. So he's coming after Maxime Caban, and then we've got Llewellyn Sponge out the back with a nice snap to start off. A little check turn here, and now looking for that inside speed line. Looks at the tube on this one, comes hard off the bottom, hard off the shoulder, hard off the bottom again, and running down that inside speed line, and then comes through for a little completion and heads for the channel. So Sponge getting the feel for things there, and he's going to get back up again actually on the inside.
I think Isaac Hare might well add his top two scores, because he got a 3-5 and a 4-8-3 yesterday. That felt like a big score for Isaac. Ollie, I love the body language when he was in the bowl section there. Just dragged his hand. That wave just being a great photo moment.
He's got the cover shot.
Absolutely. Front cover of Parasurf Monthly.
Yeah.
Absolutely 100%, as we see the replay of Maxime from the previous heat. So this is the surfer who's currently in the silver medal position. So he didn't get the scores that pushed Sponge out of the gold medal position, but of course Ollie and Isaac have an opportunity to go for that gold and silver now against Sponge.
So we're seeing, of course, what Ollie and Isaac are up against, what the judges will be comparing these rides to, and that sunlight on the wall up there. And here we've got a replay of Isaac Hare.
So he was really lively on this first wave, Tom. I think it's going to be a decent score.
Yeah, and if I remember it against Isaac's race from yesterday, I think this will be his top score of both rounds. So a great start to the day for Isaac. Must have done a little bit more thinking.
But how was this cover shot moment here, Tom?
Yeah,
there it
here
is, coming up. Bang!
Click, 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 click.
Brilliant stuff.
Superb surfing, and the style. And is that a twin fin to your knowledge as well then, Sam? And here we go, we missed that first turn of Sponge, and then this one, a little check turn, close to the tube on that one. He's thinking about it, off the bottom hard, spray up into the air, off the bottom again. Now think about the comparisons to Caban, and I would say those comparisons to Caban, in Sponge's case, they're favourable. But that's not the comparison that matters. It's comparing Oliver Jones and Isaac Hare to Maxime Caban. And the first scores of Jones are in a 5.67. What does that do for his situation?
Goes into his top two, so adds to yesterday's 5.83. Wouldn't put him up into silver. Maxine stays in silver with that score. But a score coming in for Isaac,
Okay, so
3.67.
your opening rides. Red, 7.17 for your opening score. White, a 5.67. And yellow, a 3.67. So, red, 7.17. White, 5.67. And yellow, a 3.67.
So that wave of Llewellyn Sponge, the judges put at a third of a point behind the best of Maxime Caban from the last heat. So it just shows the form the Frenchman was in.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And we're going to get a really clean set coming through here now.
So Sink or Swim is a really great film that you can watch online about the recovery that Llewellyn Sponge Williams went through after his accident. He says, as soon as I got into the water, I felt I was born again and surfing was going to be my life. During that recovery from that skateboard accident where he was longboard skateboarding and hit by a vehicle, his friends and family plastered the hospital room with surf posters and even sex wax to really evoke the opportunity to get passionate about getting in the ocean. And this is the outcome. This guy's at the top of his game, absolutely shredding, our reigning world champion, looking lively, already demonstrating that this is probably going to be a bigger score than that 717.
Yeah, and I think now we are seeing surfing that surpasses that of Caban in the last heat. And Isaac here with a bit of work to do coming through this inside section here, and a bit of speed and flow, and then out back Ollie Jones.
Nice cut back there from Ollie there. Hands free at the moment, and there's the rail engagement. Again into that bowl section, a little bit of a cover up. Another great moment there for the photographers, and then charging through this inside section. And when we watched Isaac there, he had that moment where he looked back. It reminded me of a Barton Lynch generation look back turn. So think of some of those surfers that used to do that turn and then look back. Elko, Barton Lynch, Damien Hardman,
Shane Haran, Oki, you know, it's a great look.
But how about Sponge's ride? If he dropped a 717 for that, I think that's got to be up into the 8s.
Well, it would be that turn that was either the third or the fourth turn, about halfway down the ride. So Sponge managed to find exactly where the wave's most critical and powerful point was.
And if it had variety, let's look at this variety. So there's the big opening re-entry, and then again another snap. So
faded bottom, turn 2 in the beginning.
Yeah, and then here, so we've got 3 radical manoeuvres that are similar, but mixed up with 2 smaller manoeuvres that are different. So if the judges deem to celebrate more of that variety that we saw there, it might well go up into the 8s. But what about this look back? There it is. And he does another one there.
Style on that, yeah, absolutely fantastic.
And then again, going for the magazine cover shot, every wave.
Here
Ollie Jones, based in Pembrokeshire.
There it is. And the speed with which he gets through that inside section, it doesn't really matter that he dags the inside rail there, because the points were firmly on the board by that point. Now, the wind has just come up again, so we're very much between isobars at the moment. There are stormy conditions through most of the southeast and southwest today.
A kind of description of life in northwest Europe between isobars. It's one of the things that we deal with permanently living in this part of the planet.
That could be a surf movie, couldn't it? Between the isobars.
Or your next book, Tom.
Yeah, of course. Well, or yours, Sam.
Well, I think that you're the more prolific writer of the two, so I'd love to see Between Isobars as the title of your next book.
Do you know what? I'm gonna pass it through my agent. You're scribbling it down. We had, of course, a high pressure stuck in place a bit earlier in the summer, didn't we?
But in the water,
apart from that,
last ride, Red, your last wave, a 7.83. That improves your situation. Red, your last ride, a 7.83. White, you also improved your situation. Your last ride, a 5.73. White, a 5.73. Yellow, you also improved your situation. Your last ride, a 5.5. Yellow, your last ride, a 5.5.
They love those look backs.
Yeah, well...
do you think there's a generational link there to a celebration of 1980s shortboarding?
I think so, and I think the judges, they're surfers, and if they see you do something that makes them want to go surfing, especially when they've been watching this wave now for 2 days, they're going to give you points for it. Now, if Oliver or Isaac in this heat, at the moment they're still a bit off where they'd need to be to pop up into the silver, but that doesn't stop them from being locked in a really close heat against each other for the bronze at the moment.
Absolutely.
And with that last score of Isaac, it's really close now.
Yeah, so currently Ollie stays in bronze, but Isaac is knocking at the door of that bronze medal as we see Ollie up and riding. Here we go. drops in smooth, nice and lively. And is he going to go for the cover shot
Oh,
once again?
Of course he is, because he's got one of the cleanest waves of the whole session coming through here. But this time, actually, he's a little bit too on rail for it. So I'm glad he didn't then suddenly turn around and try and stall for it. He had another think about it right on the inside, really smooth, and Sponge, meanwhile, out back, throwing buckets. And he's got a steep section here, throws buckets again and again.
Oh, wow.
And in and out of that lip. And very unlucky not to land that floater. If he had, we would have been going up. And I think that would have been starting with 8 something. As it is, I would imagine that to be a pretty big score. Isaac Hare looking for the pig dog there and is rewarded. He played Russian roulette with that lip. Could have gone well. On this occasion didn't, but sooner or later he'll end up getting himself a great one if he carries on that approach. Sponge there. Best surfing we've seen of the whole event, in my opinion, to start with, but an incomplete ride.
Yeah, but he went for it, and he was going so vertical, he was going out above and off the lip, and he took so much risk through all of those turns, and they got progressively more dynamic to the point where he just couldn't quite ride out of that last turn. But after hearing that he's dropped to 7.83, he knows he can take some risks. That previous score, some judges liked it up into the 8s. It balanced out at a high 7. But let's look at the replay here from Ollie. Different from those opening rides, do you think it's going to go into his top 2?
I do, because I think this time, although that cover shot tube moment is beautiful to look at, I think it's been at the expense of time on the rail, and I think he spent more time on the rail on that wave. Now this from Sponge here, he's on his way to a 9. And then I think there is probably a little bit too much of that wave left as change for the judges to go as high. But they do still give Sponge his highest wave of the whole day, and Isaac there we see toppling.
Well, that was incredible, because he drops an 8.50, demonstrating that it was just those dynamic opening 2 turns that the judges absolutely love. And it just goes to show that the criteria isn't length of ride, it's that commitment, degree of difficulty, innovation, and if the surfer really performs something explosive that is progressive, they get rewarded. And here it is, an 8.5.
Scores. Red, you have improved your situation. Red, your last ride, an 8.5. White, you have also improved your situation. Your last ride, a 6.13. Yellow, your last ride does not factor into your situation. It was a 2.33. So a recap, your last rides, red, an 8.5. White, a 6.13. And yellow, a 2.33.
So Llewellyn Sponge Williams in the red is into the 16 plus points. Here it is again.
So just for those 2 completed manoeuvres, he gets that 8.5, and that really demonstrates that going for it pays off.
Yeah, driving hard off the bottom, speed, power and flow throughout. So now a 7.83 is Sponge's low score. He's still got 2 to go. Anything under the 7.83 is no use to him, really. So I think unless he knows that beyond the shadow of a doubt he's taken this event down, he might choose a 5th wave victory lap, just cruising through and experiencing the sensory joys of surfing. But this wave number 4 from Sponge will definitely be an attempt to go above the 7.83.
Do you think for our viewing pleasure he'll throw in a carving 360?
It's going to happen on this wave. I think it is. And he's been talking a little bit about what he can do different to the one that he did yesterday. And I love how hard he is on himself. He's also been thinking about where in the wave that might go in. I haven't seen
such a great athlete, so focused, so able to analyse, willing to take criticism and absorb it in a positive way, never, always recognising that there's room for improvement.
Hasn't gone too hard towards trying to get the first waves of the set either here. And on this one, Isaac Hare, and he's in the pig dog position there, looking for his own cover shot and racing on down through this inside. So Hare looking to try and get a pretty decent score if he can get into the bronze. And then, of course, Ollie looking to push that further away from him, and Ollie tumbles. So this last score of Hare will be quite important. Wave 4, and here goes Sponge.
Here we go. Nice and high on the line there. Hard off the bottom. There's a carving 360 on takeoff, and he just nearly rides out of that.
I think we're going to see him go on another wave here.
So like you called it, Tom, he did it, and he didn't even do it late down the wave. He did it on takeoff.
On takeoff.
Which is the hardest thing to do. The highest degree of difficulty is to do those committed manoeuvres as your halo manoeuvre, that first manoeuvre.
He's actually going straight back to the queuing position here, so very restrained. If that was me, I'd be spinning around and going on another wave just because I like to go surfing, but he's still got a job to do, and he knows that there's a wave number 5 coming up, and for that wave number 5, I would imagine, well, he is now going to be sitting in the position to go first.
Yeah, but do you think he wants to go first? It feels as if he's happy for Isaac and Ollie to come into the line
wave
and go first. So why do you think that Sponge is choosing not to take the first waves of the sets?
I think it's kindness. I think he sees it as the other surfers are here to build their own careers. I think Sponge, he's ruthless, but I think he also knows the scores, he knows the arithmetic. He's probably by now pretty confident that he's got this title. I mean, with only one wave to go, in fact, we know he has, because with one wave to go, the other surfers are comboed. So, you know, why not? And you know, a wave you give away can sometimes be a real joy.
Yeah, I think that's a great lesson for all free surfers around the planet, is to every session, every set, give away a wave. And there's nothing more beautiful than being that one who let someone else get the ride of their day.
Yeah.
Last rides, red, your last wave does not factor into your top score with 1.17. White, your last wave, a 3.0. Again, that one doesn't affect your top scores. Yellow, that was your second best ride, your last wave, a 4.9. Yellow, your last ride, a 4.9.
So
your best wave, yellow, was your second ride, which was a 5.5. Your second best ride, yellow, was a 4.9, your last wave.
The 1.17 score for Llewellyn Williams there tells me that the judges have recognised nothing
in the water,
of that 360
opportunity
at
to
all.
Improve your scores. Last set.
Yeah, they recognise nothing of that at all. They've decided that it's just a no-make, a manoeuvre not pulled. So we might see him go for it again, or is he going to just cruise through?
So what's your money on? Is he going to go for it again, or is he just going to go for the rail work, which is equally incredible?
If it was me, I'd go for it again, and then if I got it wrong, I'd dash back out and try and get a second wave in the set as a cruise through. But he's sensible. He's aware that there's a bit of a crowd to play to here. I love being wrong, right? So bearing in mind how often I'm wrong, I think it's going to be a bit of a cruise through wave, just enjoying where he is and what he's done. And he's going to take wave 1 here now as well. You know, we were talking about giving a wave away. The other two have returned the favour to Llewellyn, although it does look like a bit of late deliberation here. Let's wave number 1 go. So we give that one to the Pachamama. And here we go. Llewellyn Sponge, our winner, off the bottom and goes for that carving 360. Now he is going to get a chance to duck back out, go onto that shoulder. There's no way he's coming in from this. He's got a bit of duck diving to do. Oh, he's just going to take off again from there. So here he goes. And down through the inside, cruising, jumps down to the prone. Still just as much fun. Looks for the tube. Celebration wave. Behind him, Isaac here with some work still to do. And that's going to be the bronze gone for Isaac Hare. So it is going to be Ollie Jones who holds on for the bronze. Caban is going to take the silver. So this one for Ollie Jones is also going to be a labour of love through to the inside. Is labour of love the right word?
Great to see Ollie performing so well. Based in Pembrokeshire, now in St David's. And I love the flow that we've seen from Ollie here. Getting all those beautiful middle sections with great elegance. He was very proud to be out there at the ISA World Parasurfing Championship in Pismo. But it's this man, Llewellyn Sponge Williams, who wins gold with a 8.5 and a 7.83. Maxine from France in silver with a 7.43 and a 7.50. Ollie, he gets that bronze with a 6.13 and a 5.83. And Isaac Hare from Wales gets the copper, 4th place with a 5.5 and a 4.90.
It looks there as if Sponge isn't 100% sure he's won. This is a different board to the one that he used yesterday. What a gorgeous spray job that is on the bottom. Sarah Gibbons, you see his fiancée, she's going to help him make his way up onto dry land. takes his surfboard. Oh, it's a thing of beauty. And there we see the JP mark on the bottom. The shaper from Mumbles, and now I think it sounds as though he does know, but he's going to be kicking himself about that 360. I think he'll be okay when he gets handed a trophy and a cheque and a round of applause. Most people usually are.
Brilliant stuff. I mean, we've got to say a massive thanks to the Mailing Room for supporting the event. One of the big sponsors here, and also one of Llewellyn Williams' sponsors. This is our reigning ISA World Champion. 41 competitions and 40 podiums. That's now 42 competitions and 41 podiums. Now that goes to 20 golds, 10 silvers, 8 bronzes, 3 coppers, 5 times national champion. In 2019, he hosted the first ever wave pool event in Snowdonia. He rides for Johnny Purton's surfboards.
Okay.
He's the pride of Wales.
The last ride.
Pride of Wales.
Red, your last ride unfortunately doesn't factor into your scoring. But a fantastic heat total. White, your last score a 5.67, just shy of improving your situation. And yellow, your last wave unfortunately doesn't factor into your situation either. So, ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for our surfers in the last heat, please.
So, the judges,
fantastic display.
Even stingier on Sponge's second attempt at the 360 there. That does tickle me, a 0.9. Now, in Welsh folklore, as I told you earlier, 383 we got Llewellyn the Great. In the 1200s we got Llewellyn the Last. And now this is Llewellyn the Next.
Absolute legend. And the big message from Llewellyn is that the role that travel and friendship has played in his surfing. It was that big trip to Australia after the recovery from his accident that really got him back into wave riding, but also all of the support, not only from the Abersoch community back home in North Wales, but globally the parasurf community and the international surf community. He's connected with people all over the world, and that has really built this guy into one of the leading wave riders ever to come out of Europe. And this really is someone that we can learn a lot from as surfers around the planet, because he's dedicated himself to parasurfing and he's a role model for all kinds of wave riders.
Now, this is a lovely denouement to the day here now. What's going to happen is the Swiss surfer Corey Owen, who had travel trouble yesterday, is now going to get her 5 remaining waves. So she is off to a pretty good start there with that barrel roll. So Corey Owen, flights delayed yesterday, had locked in certain dates on the flights a couple of weeks back, and then ran herself up against a ticket that didn't have the flexibility in it. As a result, was unable to get here yesterday, and now Owen is going to get here today. So we're basically going to see the wave pool handed to the catchers, the surf guides, the pushers, Surfability, and Corey Owen, the Swiss surfer. Here we see a replay of that wave.
Really nice takeoff there. So she's got this opportunity to go for those medals. She already knows that Hannah Dines is in gold medal position with a heat total of 11.10. So Jade Edward is currently sitting in the bronze medal position, because missing from that tabulation that we're looking here is the scores from Tasha Davies, who's currently in silver. So some big scores needed for Corey to get into the medals, but it's Lily Noble that she needs to look at, because Lily's got that combination of 510, so Lily Noble's got a 267 and a 243, so already Corey,
she's put a dent in it.
She knows that she can go for that 4th place finish. Jade Edwards has got scores that were bigger yesterday, so I'm just going to get my paper out and find out what kind of scores Jade got yesterday.
So Corey with a 2.33 to start us off there, and so the likelihood is that there'll probably be a lull between sets again before Corey gets going on the next wave. We can see there the way the sunlight reflects off the surface against that wet wall. What a beautiful sight. Talking about giving away waves earlier, Sam, I had an experience about 2 weeks ago, I think just before travelling down to Newquay. We had a really big swell here in the southern UK. I think in most cases it was probably biggest on the Wednesday. I'm guessing for you down in the
Big
very
Wednesday.
far southwest, yeah, that Big Wednesday was
Matt
probably
Johnson
pretty
out.
unruly.
Lopez out
Leroy
there.
the Masochist, they were all on it.
Okay.
And we're going to get a little
Super
announcement.
Berry, your last ride, a 2.33. Your last ride, a 2.33.
Yeah, so on Big Wednesday, I'm
Stand by for
guessing
set.
it was a bit unruly where you were, probably Big Wednesday, was it, Sennan and
Yep,
Grenfell?
absolutely.
Well, where I am from, Porthcawl, our point break really turned on that day. And we got to surf twice. And in the afternoon, having had a couple of runs in the morning, there was a situation where it was a little bit ambiguous whether I was next up or next up but one. And I found myself sat deepest at the top of the point, and another fella, Pete Morgan, lovely guy, was sat next in line. And as we chatted, we just ended up swapping places. And then a lovely set reared its head, and I just thought to myself, right, I could have the jump on him here really now. All I got to do is probably say, Pete, I'm going on this one. And I don't know, something just came over me, and I just thought, okay, yeah, see if he's going to take it. Pete took the wave, and as I saw fins and spray out the back, I was filled with a deep regret. What have I done? And then I heard later on, oh, did you see that wave Pete Morgan got? He was on rail and all of this. The next day, I ran into him at the newsagent, and he walked straight up to me, and he said, Tom, thanks for not doing me on that wave yesterday. It was the wave that brought the joy back. and he told me that he'd been in a lull with his love of surfing over the winter, and that wave had changed his surfing journey in 2023. And I was suddenly more stoked than any combination of turns I could have possibly done on that wave would have made me.
Brilliant. Brilliant stuff. Great to hear. So, there's big stakes here for gold, silver, bronze. £500 first prize for all the gold medalists. So, £200 for all the silver medalists.
Wave 2 for Corey Owen, rolls through that inside section and nearly sticks the barrel roll this time. So that feedback loop, she'll be thinking about how to get that section right. So the catchers just get to it. She's okay. The pentalinguist, would we call it, from
Yep.
Switzerland.
5 languages.
Italian, Portuguese, French, German and English. So she's got the Iberian Peninsula covered, she's got Germania covered, she's got Saxony, she's got Anglo-Saxony. She can move around Europe as she pleases, really.
Yeah, and she travels a great deal. She does a lot of her surf training in Portugal.
Right.
She's from Switzerland, but like you said, she speaks English, German, Spanish, Italian and Portuguese. And she has a profound neurological injury that affects all of her limbs. It's known as Friedreich's ataxia, which she was diagnosed with at age 16, and it causes progressive muscle weakness. And she's lived in Brazil for a couple of years. Of course, a vibrant surf culture in Brazil and a very powerful parasurfing culture. She's got a 2.33 waiting for that last score to drop. As it stands, Hannah Dines is in gold, Tasha Davies is in silver, Jade Edwards is in bronze, and Lily Noble is in copper. So, can she get the scores she needs to move up into that 3rd or 4th position?
So she's gonna need to get up into the copper. She's gonna end up needing about 4+ points. No, she's gonna need something in the range of a 6 if she's gonna get up into the copper with only one wave, if I'm right, because I think that Lily's got a heat total of about 8.5 there or thereabouts. So yeah, she's gonna need, probably realistically, it's gonna be done across 2 waves. And with 3 to go, there's every chance. But that does, of course, make wave number 3 here for Corey Owen quite an important wave in the story of this heat, because there's going to be no room really to slip up if this one doesn't improve on the 2.33. She's going to end up with only 2 waves left, and both of them are going to have
Last
to
wave
count.
red, 2.43.
That said, she just shoves her heat total up by 0.1, and you never know in surfing of this level when 0.1 could end up making all the difference. we talk about a point of difference, and surfers try to make a point of difference. They try to show the judges a way in which they are different. But of course, a tenth of a point of difference will do. A hundredth of a point of difference will do. Our decimal scales in surfing go to the 2 decimal places.
Yeah, and a lot of the scores dropped by the judges will often be whole numbers or a 2 or a 0.5.
Yes.
And the reason that we get those decimal scores is because then we take an average from 3. So often if there's a panel of 5, you'll lose the highest and lowest score and take the average from 3. But if there's a panel of 3 judges, you keep all of those scores and make the average. So for example, you know, the judges might drop 6s and 6 5s and a 5 but then the average creates those decimal points that you might think a little bit precise, but that's why.
And we've got here a drop in the wind. So this next wave for Owen is going to be absolutely pristine. Just a gentle puff as she goes to paddle for it, but it's not going to do anything to ruffle the wave face. So Owen is into this, and she fades in quite deep to this one. She's going to get through that foam ball section, and this time though gets rolled through a different bit of the section. So the challenge for her is going to remain getting into that second part of the wave, and we see even the surfability stalwart who's pushed her in, body surfing through. So it's all hands on deck. There's only one surfer in the lineup, so everybody can go and make sure that the rescue is complete. Corey's okay.
Absolutely.
2 waves left.
And we've already got the men's prone 1 that's been finished with Jose Martinez took gold there, Mark Hagger silver, Julian Bletcher took bronze, and Sebastian Bass took copper. As it stands in the women's, Hannah Dines in gold, Tasha Davies in silver, Jade Edward in bronze, and Lily Noble still in the copper medal position, but waiting for those scores to drop. If it goes in the range of a 4, it will make a difference, because Lily carries a 3.47 from yesterday, so she's in a pretty strong position, but Corey's got a couple more rides to go for that
2
score.
to go. I think it'll be a tall order if she doesn't break out of those 2s on the very next ride, because we're going to end up having to do it all in one wave, and then that's going to end up having to be one of the highest scoring waves of the entire round.
So this is the advanced setting that all competition the surfers have been riding. We've finished all of the categories. This is just a surfer who was unable to attend yesterday, so she's getting the opportunity to have the same number of waves that all of the other competitors have had. We've had the men's prone 1, we've had all of the other women's prone, we've had the standing, we've had the all-inclusive, we've had the visually impaired surfers, and the winners will take home £500 first prize, silver, second place will take home 200, bronze will take home 100. The surfers finishing in 4th position will take home a lot of pride and a great medal. So that £500 first prize is extremely strong, and it's great opportunities for the growth of parasurfing. And big shout out to all of the sponsors that have got behind this event to make that possible here at the Welsh Parasurfing Championship. Mailing Room, Parasurf League, Spencer Hut, Hopalong Clothing, Delcian, Surfability UK and Lost Shore Surf Resort. And Surfability UK and all of their team have been on hand as pushers and catchers throughout yesterday and today, most of them spending over 6 hours in the water. One of them, Toby Williams, showed me the cuts on his feet from wearing swim
I
fins
saw
for 6
that,
hours.
yeah.
Pretty brutal.
Yeah, and only wearing a 3-2 wetsuit as well all day long. I'd get a little bit chilly in there if that was me. I surfed in a shorty this morning. What did you wear last night when you went in?
I had my 3-2, but I was a little bit overheated. I would have preferred my shorty 2mm all over,
Yeah.
short-legged. I was actually too hot. So I think at the moment you're talking 19-degree water temperature here.
Yeah.
So you can surf in a neoprene top and shorts, or a 2mm all over, or a 3 or 2mm shorty.
Yeah, and as you said, the wave Bristol usually has a water temperature which will be pretty close to what the last few nights' temperatures have been. So you can have a heat wave, and it can suddenly be completely tropical in you. It can feel like you're surfing.
1.5.
So yeah, it doesn't go into the top 2. It'll be like you're surfing in the Caribbean, and then we can have a stormy Atlantic week, and it'd be like surfing in Britain in September all of a sudden.
So Corey lining up here. She's got a couple more opportunities to get that score. She needs something pretty much in. Let's go for a 4. A 4 will put her into the 4th place to oust Lily Noble. Here she is, lining that section up.
Nicely
her pusher
positioned.
just holding on to her, keeping her nice and stalled, and then he's going to let go, and she's just going to accelerate through
And
this
in the
inside
curl.
fold into the barrel.
She'll have had the vision there.
Absolutely.
She'll have had the vortex, the noise, the acoustics of water. She'll have had the vision, and you'll see it in the Stoke.
So this big push for Paralympic inclusion, the ISA, the International Surfing Association, has applied for the inclusion of parasurfing in the Los Angeles 2028 Paralympic Games, and the IPC has put parasurfing on a short list, and a final decision will be made at the end of 2023. And we've got future Parasurf League events to look forward to. We've got one in France coming up as part of the Parasurf League Tour. This has been the Welsh Parasurfing Championship, and we've also got the ISA World Parasurfing Championship to look forward to in November later this year at Huntington, Surf City, California.
What a place to hold it. And of course, Pismo Beach not dissimilar. It's an A-frame that breaks in the lee of a pier that runs on through to an inside reform. Huntington, of course, picks up a bit more swell than Pismo.
And warmer as well. Pismo
Warmer.
at the start of the central coast there does
Pretty
get
fresh.
a lot of cold upwelling, but
That-
great for marine life. It's a place you'll see whales moving out back, and a lot of feeding of fish coming close to shore, and a lot of clams there on the beach. But Huntington, of course, goes into that slightly warmer area. But the nice thing about Huntington is it just adds a little bit more variety. So the surfers have been competing at Pismo for 3 years, so the parasurfers
Yeah.
will go to a new spot. A lot of the surfers will be familiar with Huntington, and again it facilitates those beach break conditions, rights and lefts going both ways. And a standout as often will be the prone classification, because that really is a very exciting part of the parasurf events.
Yeah, and Huntington as well is a beach town with a long tradition in competitive surfing. Kind of a sleepy town in its off season, but very capable of scaling itself up and hosting enormous events. It's where the US Open takes place. And you mentioned the prone. There are some real megastars in the prone
Yeah.
parasurfing, and of course
Jessie
one of the
Bilauer, one of
godfathers, Jessie Bilauer. And you know, Bilauer, I recall being one of the surfers to beat from America in the early 90s. Powerful natural foot, spinal cord damage in a freak accident at Zuma Beach
Yeah,
in
came out of the
Malibu,
barrel, took a fall.
and was dealt as tough a blow as one can really be dealt.
So with the IPC, the International Paralympic Committee, what they do is they have an international standard for eligible impairments for parasurfers. So these impairments could be impaired muscle power, such as a spinal cord injury, impaired passive range of movement, such as trauma affecting the joint. There might be limb deficiency, such as an amputation. There might be a leg length difference or short stature. They could be hypertonia, which is the increase in muscle tension and reduced ability to stretch, and that can be caused by cerebral palsy or a traumatic brain injury and stroke. It could be ataxia, which is uncoordinated movements, and it could be vision impairment.
Yeah, and didn't you say that it was a Frederick's ataxia that our surfer in the water right now, Corey Owen, is impaired by as well?
Absolutely, and then with the prone classifications, you have PS1 and PS2. So parasurfing P1 is prone 1, parasurfing P2 is assist. So this is our surfers who ride waves in a prone position and need assistance to paddle into waves while in the water, whereas the prone 1 classification is the surfers who ride in the prone position and do not require assistance. But what do you think of this from Corey?
Well, the assistance has let her go on through here, so Corey, it's the furthest that she got. We did see that on the wave before, the pusher had stuck with her for a little bit. So again, Corey would be pretty stoked with that. I think it does mean that she's not going to pick off the bronze, but it's a tough ask coming in a day late and having to try and ride 10 waves in one day, you know, alongside the 4 practice waves. I mean, that's a pretty grueling day's work here at the wave, 14 waves. We were talking a little bit about Jessie Bilauer. one of the world's great motivational speakers off the back of
Yep, Life Rolls On Foundation.
Life Rolls On
that he
Foundation,
founded.
yeah.
Yep, and that has inspired many emerging young parasurfers who've been inspired by his motivational speaking and got themselves into parasurfing and are now competing internationally.
And a father of beautiful twins. Is it Naoko and no, Nakoa and Dorian? I think the names are. So, real kind of role model in the parasurfing world, and himself a world champion several times over. So, surfers are going to make their way in now.
So it's not enough to affect the medal position. So we will see that our surfer Hannah Dine stays in gold, Tasha Davies will stay in silver, Jade Edwards will stay in bronze, Lily Noble will stay in copper, Corey getting fifth, but a big advocate for the parasurf community. And I was talking to Hannah Dines earlier. They're both women of the world, and she tells me how much Corey is very much a community person, and she's all about interconnecting the para athletes around the globe, progressing the physical elements through equipment development, through psychological approaches, through empowering other surfers to have opportunities, through supporting competitions, and making sure that this platform thrives and continues to grow, so that very soon we can celebrate this level of surfing in the Paralympics.
Yeah, and that decision coming up this autumn, and it's going to be an enormous decision for the future of parasurfing globally. And here, as you've seen in Wales, although we are just over the border, Paris and Pantene in Galicia still to come. And then, of course, it's going to be all about this late autumn, early winter. And there's a... Am I right that there's a double whammy of events in both Oceanside and Huntington Beach this autumn? And Sam, you're going to be at the ISA Games in Huntington.
I will have the great pleasure of being in the commentary team with the International Surfing Association for the World Parasurfing Championships in November in Huntington Beach, and it's something I'm very privileged to be part of, and I want to continue to really articulate and celebrate all these great athletes, and I can't wait for the occasion. And I know that the surfers who we have seen winning golds here, who will be on the podium very soon winning world titles. We've got 3 world titles in Melissa Reid, we've got Llewellyn Sponge Williams going for his 2nd world title, and we've got Hannah Dines who could be going for her 1st world title.
Well, I
so
think
so many exciting titles, and for me, seeing the likes of Jose Martinez take that win, Llewellyn Sponge Williams take that gold, Laurie Phipps, Melissa Reid, all of those surfers
standouts,
absolutely on fire. Of course, Stephen Lightbound in the non-assist prone 2, that was incredible. He'll go home with £500. We saw Rhea in the Neil category. She was looking, really, really dynamic. And there's been some world-class performances, and it'll be a stepping stone for a lot of these surfers to move forward to go to the next Para Surf League event in France very soon, and also to prepare for the ISA World Parasurfing Championship if they get selected by the national teams in California in November.
And in that event, Sam, of course, I'm going to wish you all the best in that event. You're going to be doing a great job in that commentary box, I'm sure, and I'll be tuning in excitedly. And we've got to, of course, wish our surfers who were in this event, who are going to that event, all the best. So in Wales, we say pob lwc. I'm going to say a big thanks for watching to everybody. Diolch am edrych. And we'll see you all at the next event, and stay stoked. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. I've been Tom Anderson, and this is Sam Bleakley. Thanks for your time as well, Sam. Diolch yn fawr.
Absolute pleasure. Thanks for tuning in, and let's keep those fingers crossed for Paralympic inclusion in the Paralympics LA 2028.
Yeah. Hwyl fawr pawb a llongyfarchiadau.